What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator and allegedly one of the most iconic roasters and gaggers of the 21st century in history. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. I will probably start classes this year so that you all can read the bald-headed, no good, worthless, unchildbearing ass bitch in your life. All right. But we ain't here for that. We have another conversation, ironically, adjacent to the bald-headed bitch we just dragged the living thyroids out of on yesterday. Okay. Somebody who's very familiar with the hairless one herself, child. All right. And this is going to be an open forum. You guys are going to be welcome to hit the link. We are looking for genuine data and research. So look at this live stream as a bit of a survey, okay? A bit of a census, if you will. All right. I also just put out a post. So you guys vote off on that. Tell me what you think. And I'm going to be dropping the link so you guys can come up and talk to us yourself. All right. And just indulge this topic tonight. Before we get into it, though, I need you guys to do one of our favorite things to do here, which is thumbs up the goddamn video. All right. Thumbs it up, up until it's absolutely stuck. Y'all know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary, because the kank is what indeed can gain. Also, shout out to all of the new stubbies, baby. We are at a nasty 52,000 subscribers, and we got all of that just off of dragging and reading the bitch upside and down the goddamn other, baby. Okay, just a gift that keeps on giving. I ain't even mad at it. So welcome to everybody who's new here. We are all intents purpose platform. We roast, we gag, we do hot topics, we break down cases, trending pop culture news, spirituality, politics, baby. There's nothing we don't do over here on the Consciouztv platform. So there's a little bit of this and a little bit of that for everybody, including some empowerment, baby. Some woman's empowerment, some black man's empowerment, some LGBTQIA plus 1, 2, 3 ass empowerment, baby. It's all type of damn empowering shit happening over here as well, baby. We can't be with all the shits and giggles, okay, without working out y'all soul salvation so that none of y'all is busting hell wide open in the very end, okay? We do believe in freeing souls and getting souls saved, all right? Because I ain't having that type of blood on my hands. Now, with no further ado, baby, okay, you guys also know all donation information is in the description box below. So if you want to donate to the platform, baby, it's $Consciouztv on Cash App and or paypal.me/Consciouztv. That's all in the description box below. With no further ado, I guess let's go ahead and indeed push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, you gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Okay. Can you guys clarify? I see a comment from JB. I think it's JB. Hold on. Let me scroll. Who says, I don't know why I thought y'all were friends. Are you talking about me and the drunkest one, JB? Might need to clarify. All right. Because if y'all need that origin story, I can come back and give y'all a story time at a later time, child. All right. I see y'all already losing y'all damn minds in the chat. So with no further ado, girl, let's go ahead and bring up our guests for the evening, but not before I turn down this goddamn music. Okay, y'all thumbs up until it's stuck. We need all of that. Welcome to the platform. Is no other than the Storm himself. What's going on, Storm?
What is going on, CTV? How are you?
I am awesome. How are you doing on this Thursday night?
You know what? I'm fucking amazing. Like, I feel great. I'm in a great fucking mood. I'm in a great space. I'm glad I can come over here and curse. Like, I love this shit.
You don't fuck up your bag over here, okay? Y'all come over here and shoot the damn club up. Yes.
I mean, I've been singing I Shook Up the Algorithm. I got hoes to have a whole family reunion. Like, I'm good. I'm the storm is powerful, baby.
Storm is storming, honey. Okay, it's bleeding. It's bleeding on shore, honey. A whole tsunami. I even accidentally caught some scrays, and then I had to drop nukes on that bitch head top. So yeah, baby, you brought it all in. Okay, for clarification, you all, me and Storm are actually friends. This is one of the few people that I use the term friend to describe. So yes, me and Storm are friends, and we met through the tsunami his ass caused when he decided to give KB Studios his goddamn 3-week notice, and all hell had broke loose, child. All right, but we're here to discuss, is Storm straight dating?
Ooh.
Yes, I thought that was cute and clever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is Storm straight dating, baby? Is he parroting a heterosexual male? Is he performing heterosexuality? And what's really below the surface is a soft, sugary, feminine man who wears dresses in the heat of the night. Okay, we want to talk about it. Now, Storm, I know you've been seeing some things. You got some wind after this, all right?
You say what now?
Yeah, all that Texas air blowing through the damn phone.
Oh, my bad. Hopefully it's
but it's all good. So I know that you've been seeing some stuff out there in the algorithm. So do you want to open up this discussion?
Yes, sir. Let's get right into it. All right. So, I've been seeing the people comment on the nigga, comment on the situation. I love it. I love it when my name is trending. So, I don't give a fuck about that. But I was watching this one dude, and I can't remember now, but he a black dude, masculine presenting, straight presenting, whatever. I'm assuming he's straight. Anyway, he got on the topic of my sexuality, and I noticed in his commentary, like, that's where he got stuck. Like, he was giving this take on what the bald-headed hoe had to say about me when I said she ate Chelsea Coochie. But no, he got stuck on that point, and it was just like 10 minutes of, is he gay? Is he not? Well, I thought he was, or what, he's not, or well, he shouldn't act like that if he don't want us to think that, and I'm sorry, man, I thought you was, and well, is he? And it was just like a back and forth, and so it was.
I guess he was identifying as confused in that moment.
He was definitely identifying as confused. And so for me, I was just like, I'm cool with people thinking I'm gay, I'm bisexual, I'm totally cool with that, because I don't see nothing wrong with that shit. I got a gay aunt. Like, what's the big deal? Like, whatever. But my question is, for the blacks, my question is, why is being gay or bi such a bad thing? Like, why is that a dig? How is that a read? Especially when it comes from other gay people. Just saying.
All right, so we got some interesting thoughts here. One is from Lisa, who says that she thinks that Tasha K sent Von Ray to put his dick in your ass. Do you believe that he was there to infiltrate your cheeks and to prove the gay out of your asshole? To prove it out of your asshole?
You know what? Now that I'm thinking back, maybe that was the setup. Although if she wanted Von to do that, she probably shouldn't have had Chelsea fucking him on the first night with no condom in the hotel.
Chelsea Yolanda, all views expressed here tonight, sugar, okay, are definitely only that of the guests, baby. Don't put me in that damn book, you big head hoe. Go ahead, Storm.
So I'm just saying. So it's just like, if they were trying to figure out if Von was gay or straight, I'm just trying to figure out, why would she have him fucking Chelsea with no condom in the hotel after he had already fucked LaToya with no condom? So, and that's another thing too. They love to talk about how the gays is spreading HIV, but baby, they don't be using no condoms like that. I'm just saying.
Hold on, who the hell wasn't using no damn condoms?
So Von and LaToya, when they first fucked, the first night he fucked her after she left a cruise, I think. After she had like came back from a cruise. They didn't use a condom, and then he fucked Chelsea the first night without no condom. Now I forgot if he went from Latoya to Chelsea or Chelsea to Latoya, but somebody got double dipped and dirty dick, whatever. But
why is Vaughn? Is that a light skin thing? Now why he around here giving out all this fresh nut?
that was years ago. But
No condom. Nah. Darian says, who's Latoya? Latoya is the first woman that Vaughn tried to clout chase off of to get famous. Then it was Chelsea Alana. Shout out to Monroe. They pull up. Okay, Cups of Conversations. Hey, Boo, she says, is that a bad thing? I just think people find pleasure in exposing someone's secret privacy.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Libra Girl says, Tasha didn't start no rumors. When I first saw Storm on TK channel, when they were cool, my gaydar went off instantly.
Okay, so if your gaydar went off, then what else was there to talk? Now, and I'm not attacking her. I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
If it was that obvious, okay. Now, what is the problem? Is there something wrong with being gay? That's what I want people to answer.
Do you want me to drop the link?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we're gonna drop the link and we're gonna let y'all come up here one at a time, and then we're gonna let y'all gang bang on them all at once. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link. If you have any observations, if you have any theories, if there have been things that Storm has done to come off as a same gender loving man or a pansexual.
Oh shit, Conscious, that's everything I done done on the internet.
Huh?
That's everything I done done. I know what I done done.
What the hell you curious about?
I just want to know why. I just want to know why it's a bad thing. Like, what is the issue with the gay? If they know the gay there, okay. But what's the problem with it? That's what I know. I've been tooting and hollering and all that. I know that now.
Baby, you been busting splits. Your ass thought you were Jocelyn's Cabaret at one damn time. Now here twirling on the dick, baby. Honey, now I had put a poll that says, is Storm a gay bisexual man? And 38% said no, and 62% says yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. More than half of the current viewers believe that you are on the rainbow spectrum.
Yes.
In some way, shape, or form. Now, here's the thing, y'all. Storm is asking, okay, he understands why y'all think he gay.
Yeah. I understand that.
He been because he's giving y'all enough content to make y'all believe that he won't see TV. Okay? But he's trying to figure out why is that a bad thing, because it seems like that's a bad thing. So do y'all think it's a bad thing if Storm is gay? Because I told Storm, I don't think it's so much as people think it's a bad thing, more so than people are just convinced and they just can't stand that you playing in their face, and they feel like you gaslighting them by parroting as a straight man and identifying as a straight man, and your affiliation with Love Jones ain't really convincing a lot of them.
Well, and I get that too. I'm saying that, but then respectfully, how am I playing in their face when I'm never gonna have sex with any of them? I didn't get in their DMs and try to holler at them, nothing like that.
Brittany says people just think he's lying, and she says, why lie?
Right. Why do I have to lie? Okay, next question. Why do I have to lie? What do I get from that, honestly?
Well, people are bringing up the fact that you changed your name, apparently.
And did. And I'll do it again.
Yeah. I wonder if the issue is that people think you're lying about a lot of things. Because there are people who feel that you don't like being black either, that you got a problem with
okay, well now you getting in. Okay, now you're getting into it. So if that's really the issue, that's what I need them to say.
I gotta wake it up out here, child. I gotta wake it up.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's gotta be deeper than the gay. So if it ain't that, you think I don't like being black? Okay, well just ask me that. Why don't nobody just ask a nigga?
Because they think you a lying ass nigga, so they think they already know the answer.
But you can't know something you don't ask.
But they know they can't get no answer from nobody they believe is lying. and these not no truth plans. So we got two discrepancies here. We got people who think you're gay. We got people who think you're anti-black and hate black folk and hate women folk. And who think you a lying ass motherfucker, so there ain't no point in asking you to get a lie back in return.
Child, if that's what they think, even though everything I said didn't came to light, but I'm gonna leave that alone. You know, there's somebody else that's an actual convicted liar, but I'm gonna leave that part alone.
Now, Cartel says, as a gay man, I don't understand why it's so important for people to know he's not trying to date you unless you're trying to get personal than he should. Okay, but to be fair, Storm is a commentator who's up in everybody else's business. So
That's true too.
Fair.
That's true too.
Everybody to be all up in his booty cheeks, to be all up in his booty meat. Storm is doing whole exposés on Tia and Tamara and Corey. Got to see his ass to cease and desist and threaten to whip his ass. And Carter done had to threaten to whip his ass over being all up in her household when she getting her ass whooped.
And I was right, and I was correct.
So you know, people just keeping the same energy. Child. Okay, we got Opinionated in the background. Let's bring. Hey, Opinionated, what's going on, my love?
What's up, Opinionated?
Hey, how y'all doing?
We are wonderful and blessed and gay on this Thursday. How are you?
See, I am fine. Hey, Storm.
How you doing? I ain't heard from you in a little minute. How you been?
All right. So, I didn't come up here to challenge him. I came up here because I'm fucking tired. Excuse me for cursing.
It's okay.
Conscious.
It's okay.
But I don't have nothing against Tasha. Tasha is okay with me, even though the only problem I have with Tasha is Tasha cool with Milagro now. She know all the shit that went down with that, but I digress. You know, here's my thing.
Okay, see, I don't know nothing about it. Can you give us a condensed version of what went down? Because
while I had COVID and everybody wanted to give me a hard time, and my husband in the hospital died. That motherfucker was cussing me out, and it was all due to me taking up for Tasha. Tasha took up for me, and then after that, when a Storm mod got there and was mad because I told her stop with the drama. It was a whole bunch of drama, and she gonna get on there and talk with Tasha. Tasha talked about me being in the military, and she didn't give a fuck about it, and this and that, and I'm mad for her. And I'm like, how I catch strays? I'm fighting. I just got out the hospital with arm bracelet on. They just told me my husband died, and I'm facing all this goddamn drama, and nobody stopped to think, hey, the girl going through something. Leave it the fuck alone. But I digress on that.
Hold on.
My wrench was taken, you know, and it's all good because the first person. Huh?
So you saying that Fraud Radio was the one who cussed you out?
Yeah, I was. She told me to pick a side. And so I told her I don't pick sides. I don't get involved in the bullshit and the drama. If I'm there to do a job for you, Martin, to me, is your brand. That's your job. I'm not going to sit there and cause drama in between it. But you don't tell me to pick a side on something I'm doing for free.
That part. Well, don't worry, baby, because Megan Thee Stallion is avenging you right now. Okay?
Yeah, she is. And I'm happy for it. But I started with Storm. I'm still here with Storm. I don't know why so many people concerned about if he's gay, bisexual, or whatever. You love him the same. You're still there. He's entertaining. I don't give a fuck what he do in his bedroom. That ain't my concern. I am a person that mods for him. I don't look at him no differently if he come out, if he don't, if he gay, if he not. To me, he's a straight man. He's dating a woman. Y'all seem like y'all mad about it. Somebody is mad about it. You either mad because he didn't fuck you, or you want to fuck him and he won't give you the dick. Simple and plain. But I don't know why the fuck y'all so worried about what the fuck he do in his motherfucking bedroom. Why the fuck you worried about it? I don't give a fuck. That's just like saying CTV. You're straight. Take off your wigs. You're a straight man. We know you're straight. Who gives a fuck?
Period.
Who gives a good goddamn?
That's right.
Leave him the fuck alone. Don't watch him. Don't be entertained. Unless you want his dick in your mouth or you trying to goggle his balls. Let me get off here before I go to fuck off some more. But leave him the fuck alone in the comments. That's all I gotta say. Cause I've been minding fun. And I'm gonna keep minding fun. Whether he fuck somebody in the ass or whether he go ahead and he fuck a bitch all day. And what the fuck you gonna do about it? And now I gotta go.
Baby, Opinionated definitely earned her goddamn name, didn't she? Thank you for that, sugar. That was our Opinionated, child. She might have earned a ranch over here her damn self.
Golly, I wasn't even expecting that.
Now we got another viewer in the back chat named Ngayan. So get ready, Ngayan. But before we let Ngayan come up, anything you want to say to what Opinionated?
I wanna say thank you for that. I wasn't even expecting that. Golly, okay, all right. But I will say though, I do think a lot of people just find themselves drawn to me or sexually attracted to me, and I think that's why they gotta like, is he gay? Is he straight? Like, what is he? So I don't know.
Okay, so you think it's some lustivity up in there?
For some people, yeah.
Okay. We gonna bring Ngayan to the stage. Hey, Ngayan.
Hey, it's Nguyen, and thank you, Conscious. Really appreciate it.
Nguyen, child. I done accept the name. And Storm got a whole damn storm blowing in the microphone.
Oh my goodness! Hello.
Thank
you. I wanted to say thank you, Conscious. Also, I wanted to say that that woman, I just feel like a nun coming after her. Okay.
It's okay,
but anyway, I wanted to say,
don't go to hell.
You know what's interesting is that so many times you hear people say, "Oh, I don't care. Why do we have to talk about who you love? Why do we have to talk about if you're gay or straight?" But then if you are just silent on the issue, they're like, "Well, you have to come out." And then let's say you're, trans, then they're like, "Oh, then you're going to do violence if you come out." So it's like all these different messages. It's really hard to figure out where people are coming from. But I grew up in the church, and please, I mean, there is still judgment. There is still, look at where we are, just like politically. There's a lot going on. But having said all that, I want to say I did think that you were gay, but also it doesn't matter. Everyone wants to put you in a box. Everyone wants to be able to label you so they feel good about who they think you are. And it's like, I think we're at a better point in time. And it's also like a pendulum. But anyway, but Monroe, I don't care. I think you're great. I think you're a great Conscious. I really appreciate, everything that you all contribute.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, well, okay. Can you pronounce your name again?
Oakland in the house. Okay.
Can you pronounce your name again, boo?
It's Nguyen.
Nguyen.
And I'm black.
Yes, it sounds so Africana. I like that. Okay, so Storm, Nguyen just kind of gave some good reasons why, a person might not be comfortable coming out of the closet when you ask the question of, why would you lie? It could be deep-seated religiosity that has produced shame and guilt. It could be maybe that you don't care about what the public feels, but maybe you are aware that there may be some social backlash in your actual family and your interpersonal circle of friends and family members who may judge you or disown you, or etc. It may be a fear of going to hell. Down low folk compartmentalize in all type of ways. Some of them, they still gonna do gay shit, but they're not gonna so-called live it socially because they still feel like, well, if I don't really own it, then there won't be no divine backlash from it, or it helps them to practice a denial, which is once again due to shame. How do you feel about, that, in this day and age of I ain't gotta lie, people be lying like a motherfucker still?
Well, first, what I do want to say is everybody in my family and friends already know, bitch, you can't disown me. I do the disowning. Let's be very clear about that. I do the disowning, but it is just the truth. People know I will block that ass, change that phone number, act
And
like
we
I
done
don't
saw
know
it
you.
live, baby. We done saw it live and in color.
Like
take a 6 months vacation from your damn workplace.
I would act like I don't know your ass. Literally. So disowning, that ain't
wouldn't
never
apply to you.
I mean, it wouldn't apply because it ain't even nobody I even like that much to hold on to. Like, I wish a motherfucker would be like, oh, I ain't gonna deal with you. No, bye. I didn't like you anyway. But
I like that. There's nobody that I even like enough to lie to.
It's just
like that.
Like
that's my energy right there. I don't like nobody enough to have to lie.
That's my thing. Like, I don't even like nobody like that. But and for y'all saying why he out of breath, bitch, I've been walking. Leave me alone.
Now y'all know that Storm grow titties. He got to walk 12 miles, baby. He got to walk 12 miles, baby, to burn them calories, baby. Y'all know he grow titties now.
I promise you, when you see me in person, conscious, you gonna be like, you ain't even that big. Everybody say that though.
I'm gonna be like, damn, bitch, you and Love Jones built the same from the top.
You know what? Whatever. Okay. That was funny. Okay.
So
okay.
that don't apply to you.
Yeah. So that don't apply to
Eminent Fun has asked, did you have any childhood trauma genuinely?
I can't really say childhood trauma. Y'all may call it trauma. I don't consider it trauma, but I don't like when you say trauma, what are you referring to? Like abuse?
I think feminine probably talking in the area of sexual abuse. Probably
No,
yes.
no, I can't say that. I don't have that story.
Now,
and I'm sorry
trauma.
to the people that do. I don't have that story.
Now there are other types of trauma, like did your mom leave you in a shitty diaper for 2 weeks at a time?
No. Filled with love. I like to say my childhood was dysfunctional. Like my family's crazy. They were fighting parking lots, fighting restaurants, like just real loud, ghetto, rambunctious. I say dysfunction. I say more dysfunction. Yeah. I can't say abuse because I feel like I know people that have been abused. I can't say that.
It sounds like you were just poor.
I wasn't. I can't really say poor. Just
you telling me that all them uneducated, wealthy people was in there fighting and fussing like cats and ghetto ass dogs?
Well, there's a difference between like straight up poor and wealthy. There's just working class. They just
now your mama do look like a bitch who will put a bow and arrow through a nigga's heart.
I mean, yeah, she is a fighter, but she went to
baby, baby, mama giving me every bit of G.I. Jane and bow and arrow tees.
She did pull a butcher knife on my daddy, but that's beside the point.
Shoot, bitch.
That's yeah, she did pull a butcher knife on him. That's beside the point though. But
they always call it.
And I think they fought. Did they fight at 7-Eleven or Blockbuster? I can't remember where they fought. Anyway, them custody drop-offs used to be crazy as hell. But I don't like to use the word abuse because my parents grew up being abused. I would say my shit was dysfunction, just emotional dysfunction.
Okay, but nobody touched it in your special place.
No, I was real mannish as a child. Like,
okay, now for you to be managed, where you think that come from? Because some people will say, mannishness and hypersexuality can come from repressed sexual abuse. Sometimes an event might be so traumatic that you block it out. So do you think it's possible that you just might not recall any violation?
No, I was just up under my daddy and my uncles. And like I told y'all, they are like Boosie and T.I. So that
means you were up under their literal testicles if you're talking about Boosie and T.I., baby. Okay, You just used one man who had to be investigated by the CPS of Louisiana for putting his own children through hypersexuality and being inappropriate with them, and then another father who was sued up by 12 different people, men and women, for sexual assault. You sure you want to use them as examples? That might lean to the point more so.
When I say that, I mean like real masculine,
and that's
real
a bad
like
thing. Baby,
real like
that's a bad thing. If you had
like
that level of if you had that level of toxic masculinity in your life, Storm, that might be the reason why you were damn Storm.
I mean, I'm just telling y'all, like the shit that y'all call like red pill now, or the stuff that y'all call toxic, that's just like how my father spoke. Like he just, or that's how my uncles would speak, or be like, they were like, boy, you ain't fucking yet. You want me to call one of these hoes around here? You ain't fucking yet. You know, like it was just those kind of environments, like playing sexually explicit music.
So you were being DJ Academic, like that was a DJ Academics card being pulled.
I mean, I get, but
and I can't, and I'm not a stranger to that, because I was just saying on Tea on Top of Tea, make sure y'all check out me and Nosy Ho, Royce Reed, and Stirring the Pot with Jews hot topic panel every Monday at 8 p.m. on all of our platforms. But when we talked about the DJ Academic story, I told them that as a little boy, we all had DJ Academics as older cousins, older uncles, and as men of the community. I was asked those same questions when I was 7, when I was 10, had I had my little piece of pussy, grown ass men asking me, and I sold my wild oats, etc.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my cousin and his friends, like they used to run trains on this grown woman in the because my grandma stayed in the projects, and there was a lady that lived in the project. She was 25. My cousin and his friends was like 14, 15, and I would have been around 8 or 9. And yeah, they used to run trains on her all the time.
How did you know this?
They told me about it. They would talk about it right in front of me. My cousin ran a train. Well, not a train, but he did a 3-way right in my grandmama's bathroom. Like, shit, that motherfucker fucked somebody in front of me before, actually.
And this was in view of you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this might explain, like, you might not be gay, but this might explain why you be in them goddamn brothels and whorehouses around the country. That hypersexuality, do you think that there's a link between your pre-exposure to sexuality and the development of maybe a hypersexual complex as an adult? Do you think that there might be a psychological link between both of those phenomenons?
You know, it could, and I mean, I did found my daddy's porn when I was 8. You know, so I got exposed to pornography pretty early in life. So yeah, it could be. I mean, but also my daddy was a cheater. Like that's just what he did. Like I remember he was fucking a bitch in the house behind us, and then she would bring him plates while my mama was at work. Then we would get in his pickup truck and he was fucking another bitch like 3-4 houses down. And I used to wait in the truck while he was fucking her in her house. Like shit was fugazi, but it was the 90s. I don't know what to say, but
you had a lot of horny energy like around, like in your life and in your childhood.
I told you my family's very sexual. I told you that. Even my parents taught me that, like when you are married or when you're in love with somebody, like yeah, you have sex. They believed in having sex every day. Like that's just what it was. So
what do you think about Faith, who says that she thinks that you need therapy respectfully?
Baby, I done already been in 2 to 3 years of therapy. This is me with therapy. You should have met me before therapy. I was really
girl. Well, they need to throw therapy away.
I've actually come a long way.
I was being sarcastic.
I know, but I used to be. I mean, some people would describe me as like emotionally dead or cold.
Do you think that you are emotionally unavailable?
Well, emotionally unavailable, yeah, I would say that. Like, if you start showing emotions, I'm just like, girl, I don't know what to do for you. But
why do you think it's a common experience for young Black men to be pre-exposed to sexuality in the way that we are? Because my theory was, well, not my theory, my My observation was that because of the way that the black community has, one community, bring your ass up in here. I need you, sir. Get your ass up here. Perfect. What's going on? One community. You guys make sure.
Oh, and for that bitch in the comment section, ma'am, my name is Storm. It's on the birth certificate. I went down to the white people and legally changed my shit. My shit is in black and white, and the motherfucking nickname, baby, that shit is legal. Legal. And guess what? When I get
taxes in Storm Monroe.
And when I get on my Portia Williams, bitch, I might change it again. Call me Kojo Hole. How about that?
Legally, baby. Okay. Well, before we get back to what we were saying, what made you change your name?
Oh, I didn't want no ghetto ass black name. What
was your name?
Montrez. Yeah, I didn't like
Montrez is nice. You don't like Montrez?
No, it's so.
Oh, I forgot. See, I forgot. You was very white identified in your younger years, so you was trying to navigate them white spaces, baby. Montrez wasn't gonna work on applications to universities and things.
Not only it wasn't even just about that. It was about the fact that like nobody could pronounce it. It constantly got misspelled. I hate names where people mispronounce or misspell it. You always had to correct people, and it was like, I don't want this shit. And then my last name wasn't even supposed to be my last name. It was just all fucked.
So how the hell you got your last name? Like, what you mean? It wasn't supposed to be your last name.
That was my daddy's last name, but that wasn't his daddy's last name. My grandmama was still married when she had him, so he just ended up with a random nigga last name, and then it became my last name. So it was like, y'all can have all this shit. So,
it was a lot going on in your childhood, Stonewall.
I guess you can say that.
There was a lot going on. Like, you might not have felt like a Montrez, but you were living like a damn Montrez.
And that's why I left that shit behind.
So, baby, the disassociation is real. Do you think you have an unhealthy disassociation from your previous life, or do you just look at it as I stepped into the life that I desired for myself and took creative control over every aspect of it, including my name, my likeness, etc.? Or was this a quantum leap because you are ashamed of your past? Have you ever like thought, am I ashamed of like, parts of my life? Am I ashamed of parts of my lived experience, maybe?
To be honest, there was nothing to be ashamed of.
Babe, you tell us about confusion and people fucking in your grandma's tub, and daddy kept a random nigga's name, and
so what? But
I tell y'all that I don't niggas' hearts, baby. It's a lot going on.
But I don't hide that though. But for me, I just never liked the name, and I just feel like if you can change it, then why not? And then as far as my last name being changed, hell, me and my father don't get along. The motherfucker called this. It was nuts. So it was just like, okay, well, I'm not finna carry your last name, and we not cool. Like, why would I carry your name?
Okay, so the love is conditional. Like, I'll own you as a father as long as you act right. When you don't act right, baby, I'm changing the last name.
I can't change my name that many times now, but it was just like,
because here's the thing, Storm. You not only changed your father's last name, you changed the name your mother gave to you too.
Well, my mother didn't name me that. My father did.
Oh, so you had your father's last name and he named you Montrez too.
Yeah, my mom hated the name.
You got a deep resentment for your damn daddy. What did he do, Storm?
Yeah, my mom hated the name, and she even told me, she said, I remember, because he just like because it was a variation of his middle name, and so because he kept trying to name me Junior, and my mom was like, you're not naming him Junior.
Hell no.
Yeah,
but you do kind of give Junior. Now you do kind of give Junior.
Yeah, but
Montrez on OnlyFans, and you give Junior.
Yeah, no, that was not gonna work.
Junior got it. Junior feels a lot. Junior is. Junior does feel like it fits some type of you.
Nah,
Junior.
I'm good. I'm good. But when I mean Junior, I mean like
Mm-hmm.
no. When I mean Junior, I mean like after him. Like she was just like, no,
Oh,
that's yeah. She was like, no, that's not happening. So and he was like, you promised me I can name him. You promised me that. You promised me that. And she said, fuck. She said, okay. And when he wrote it down, she said, that boy gonna grow up and change that shit. And sure enough, I did.
how you feel about this comment? And then we're gonna get to one community. Miss Marie says he just likes so much attention and talking about his stuff, trying to make it seem like others in his goddamn business. Do you feel like you are an attention seeking whore?
I'm a clout seeking, attention seeking, money seeking,
So that would
luxury
be a
seeking whore.
so that
And
would
if
be
I wasn't, I wouldn't be on the fucking internet.
a well, Storm owns it, you guys. Montrez owns it, baby. Okay. One community, welcome to the platform, brother. How you doing today?
Salute, man. How y'all doing, man? Peace, peace.
Man, we
Good
doing
man, how you doing?
well.
All blessed, all blessed. What's good, conscious? Peace to the chat, man. What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
So we just embarked upon a very interesting conversation in the wake of all this DJ academic shit. And Storm just spoke about, and I just spoke about how we were pre-exposed to a lot of inappropriate conversations around sex from the adult men in our life who didn't think anything of it. That was just kind of a part of boyhood, manhood. Do you want to chime in? Because someone asked, why do we think that's such a common experience, especially for men of our generation, to have grown up as young males and been talked to that way and had access to those type of conversations and themes from other adult males who should have been guiding us but were exposing us to things that can lead to dangerous developments psychologically and perceptions erroneously around sex? What are your thoughts on that?
One, I would say it's men and women, right? So whoever's speaking, we wouldn't just classify it as just men, right? But speaking to your point on men, if you want to just speak on men, um, I know growing up where I'm from, you know what I'm saying, in the hood, in the neighborhoods and stuff like that. I know that kind of like in like Menace to Society or one of the movies like that, like how they be around the little kids and they, I mean, with the weapon and the different.
Uh-oh, I think your audio went
What?
out.
Hold on. You got me? I'm here?
Okay, you back.
Yep.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. Right? Like kind of like that in Menace, like how they do that. But in the same breath, though, a lot of people didn't do that sometimes. A lot of guys didn't do that. They a lot of times, like these days are different than the past days, I feel. Because in some things, though, older people told young people, get the hell out of here, smacked you upside your head and say, get out of here, it's going for a conversation. Right now, we're in a time where all of that, them lines are blurred right now. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of those things stem back, though, to, you know what I mean? You don't want to sound cliche, but
Uh-oh, the audio went out again. One community.
it's Christ.
He might be getting phone calls.
Listen, yeah, they calling me. But look, right, like a lot of things stem back to like I don't want to sound cliche or nothing, but a lot of things stem back to slavery. A lot of things stem back to these traumas that we've had. Even if a person has to go to therapy for traumas that they experienced in their childhood. So imagine us as a generation, the therapy that we would need for the years and years of trauma that we even been through. Because to go through a person's life right now, you got to go through aces that, you know what I mean, the childhood experiences that they've been through, which shape your life into adulthood. You know what I'm saying? We understand that a lot of people in those days was put in a position. First of all, when I was going to school and we was going to school, old dudes was parked by the school, picking up the girls that we was trying to date in our class and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that was normal stuff. All of these things were normal things. It wasn't like a thing that was out of the box things. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things was weird. Right now, we in a day where people are even speaking up more. We had this Me Too era or whatever, whether people like it or not, but people are becoming more vocal. We used to sometimes growing up in our cribs or going to our friend house and be like, yo, don't go around there. My uncle's weird or my whoever weird. You know what I'm saying? We used to some of that too. But now we coming into a time where people are lifting their voices, you know what I'm saying, and understand that silence only aids the abusers, you know what I'm saying? And we have to start speaking up and lifting our voices on a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? So whether it's males or women that's doing that shit, I think is wrong. When it comes to people like academics, I think he's most definitely wrong because at the end of the day, not only was his remarks and the things he made wrong in the statements, And then he tried to make a joke about it and say that the kid was joking with him. And then when he explained the joke, he said the kid said that he was 28 years old and that he was living in his mom's house. Well, that sounds like a good old wholesome joke to me. So the things that he's joking about, talking about pickles and all this other weird stuff with people, kids and things like that, when he's in a position that he has a platform that's centered on children and things like that, and he does not mature his content. He doesn't mature his content because he don't want nobody that's actual thinkers to be there listening to what he's saying. The man is drinking a whole bottle by his foot every single day when he's doing these things. Would you go and talk to a person that's drunk all day? Stream comes like a wino, bro. So at the end of the day, we got to look at who's talking to our children, all right? Regardless of some of the things that we've been through, some of the traumas that a lot of us as older people have been through in our past, we got to make sure that the younger people that's after us do not go through some of those same traumas. And that's how we're going to pay it forward. Because some of us will never get over the traumas that we've been through in our life. We may think we okay. We may act like we getting on with our day, getting money, luxury, all the shit that Storm over there kicking. I get it. But the things that's inside, we can never replace. And that shit has a hole that's inside of us that can never be filled sometimes. So at the end of the day, let us reach out to the young people that's besides us and next to us and us around us. You know what I'm saying? So each one reach one. And if you're tired of reaching, I'm teaching one, each one teach one. If you're tired of teaching, because you tired of teaching, well, each one reach one, man. May every woman reach back to a young woman. May every man reach back to a young man so we could break some of the chains of this conversation that you and Storm are having. Because a lot of these things are centered on traumas and a lot of things. And everyone's right. No one's wrong because everyone's going to point the finger. This person's wrong. That person's wrong. No, we're all dealing with trauma and we're all right. It's just we all got our own way of getting it out. Just like the same way you say you can't tell a person how to grieve, you can't tell a person how to get it out. Some people act crazy with their shit, but hopefully we get to a place that we could get it out in a healthy way. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that answers some of the things.
I appreciate that because as you were saying that, I'm sitting here thinking like maybe that's why maybe that's why I have so many tattoos as well, because like I love the feeling of like but I still don't feel like I went through trauma though. But
we have those Storm. You
Okay,
changed your name? What's your name?
hold
What's your new name?
on.
What's your new name?
no, my name is Storm. That's my
Peace.
All right,
name.
cool. I thought you changed. I just came when I came into
So I
live. Said,
got a
"Hey,
question.
what's up?" I heard you change the name, bro. I'm like, God
Yeah,
damn.
it's Storm. It's Storm of the
All right,
baby.
Storm. All
Storm,
right.
that's what I did. I just got a question. So, what do you define trauma as then? Since you said that you don't per se feel like you've been through
That's a good
trauma,
question.
what's your
Good
definition
question.
of trauma?
Okay, trauma is damage caused by an event that has an effect on your brain chemistry, or I was gonna say behaviors, but then yeah, that would
That
clarify that.
too. That too,
That would
though. That
classify
too.
that as
Sounds like a
trauma.
good example. Sounds like a good example what you say, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but you know what's funny about that, Storm? It's funny that you say that you don't feel you've been through trauma, but you know you have commitment issues in relationships.
Not commitment issue. I gotta explain that though. Oh my god.
You have
Let me write that down
you
so I
have
don't forget.
commitment issues. One, you have a stoicism for two, and you have a very progressive attitude toward sex, aka whorism. So, and there's a lot of things that you've already shared in the first 50 minutes of this
Y'all is crazy.
conversation.
I'm just gonna chime in and say y'all is crazy, bro. Y'all is both crazy. Just let me know that I'm back listening up with the people that Day's crazy, y'all. They got me here. Day's crazy, y'all. Yeah, John.
So there are things that you share in the first 50 minutes that a lot of us in the chat, and definitely me, just because the world of psychology and all that shit is my area, that I can already see a possible link to. Like it's interesting that some things in your earlier experiences can definitely be linked to your behavior as an adult easily.
Okay, can I plead my case?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the commitment issues, I always tell people like that's how I was raised. My parents raised me that way. Like, never get married, never have kids, don't let no bitch ruin your life. always have your own, always stay to yourself, have your own shit, stay independent. Like, I was literally bred that way. So it's like, I know y'all look at me and I look like, oh, he looked like he would be like a husband and a father of two and a cuddly family man. But it's like, I was not programmed that way. Like, I can deprogram and reprogram myself. I understand that, right? But it's hard. I ain't gonna lie. It's hard. Because everything that I've been taught, it's like I literally have to let all of that shit go. But I mean, mama told me that, daddy told me that, shit, grandmama told me that. Like, have your own, stay independent, don't get married, don't have.
Why would they tell you? But why would they tell you? Well, okay, so there's nothing wrong with being independent. The problem would be emotional unavailability, emotional insensitivity. Those would be more so the problems, because everybody should be independent. Everybody should have their own. Everybody should be self-made. Everybody should, rightfully have a central sense of self that is developed. But if there are emotional detachments, emotional irregularities, if you seem to be more apathetic toward things that would make other people generally kind of respond to with empathy, there may be those may be some of the potential injuries of maybe either the way you were raised and or the things you experienced growing up.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, my parents didn't have that kind of language back then, but
Ain't
like,
none of our parents did.
So like my father, for example, would say, there's no point in a man getting married. There's really no point in a man having children, because you don't have authority over your children and you really cannot force your woman to obey. And yes, he did used to say that women are to mind and to obey. He did used to say that.
And you know what?
He came from another day, though. He came from another day, though. He came from another day. The people nowadays that's acting like that need to get on with themselves, though. Your pops or whoever came from another time.
True.
When they was bringing home bacon and all kind of thing like that. So let's not confuse that, because that's what got this whole manosphere and all this whole red pill and all this other thing going crazy off the roof. You know what I'm saying? They trying to compare old times with now times. Now times is different too, because women are stepping up, doing what they doing, making ways for their own self. Some women is running families, whether they like it or not. It's real stuff. So men step up, we stepping up, doing what we need to do, right? And not complain about shit. And do what we need to do so that we can pull our own little shit. That's how I look at stuff.
And I think that's one of the most, I think that, like what we're talking about sharing here is one of the most destructive things that have come out of patriarchy for Black men, is this covert indoctrination to observe women in a objective way rather than in a humanized way. Like, for Black men, our narratives around women have not been very humanistic. They've been very objectifying. Like, a woman is a helpmate, a woman is a baby making machine, a woman is a sexual object, a woman is a personal assistant, which is basically the way that a lot of men have treated their wives and what they expect of their wives, which is practically live-in maids and live-in concubines. And this has created a nasty discrepancy amongst the Black community and dynamics between Black men and Black women.
Yes, brother. Yes, because at the end of the day, yeah, it has done that, but you got to understand, it's not just so much just this patriarchy that's just centered around Black people and stuff like that. You got to understand that these things are systematic, conscious. These things are even in the Bible, in the books that you read, bro. They're in the Bibles that we read, in the books, the spiritual books that we read. So imagine how you're going to start viewing stuff in the same breath where it says sometimes loving up a woman and stuff. Sometimes it's dash her to the side type stuff. So, you know what I mean? Sometimes these lines can get blurred sometimes, because they will use spirituality to try to back some of the things that people do. You know what I'm saying? Like, when people doing stuff, they'll use, look, in the Bible, in the book. They'll use things like that to say, yo, look, you need to be bowing down and doing what you need to be doing. So these things were the things that made some of these things like that. Not just governments and all the shit that we thinking. Spirituality, religions, and all of those things have stamped and made these things staple. And that's why a lot of people feel like those things about women sometimes, because spirituality lets them get away with that. It lets people back that, and it's okay to treat a woman like that. Look, from the beginning, look, she gave him the apple and it's over. They already cursed it from the beginning. So it's already shady. You're already looking at her with the side eye from day one. So they already scripted that in there like that. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what Trinity you want to believe in, man, woman, and child is the real Trinity, man. And that's on earth, and that's an actual Trinity that we can actually see, regardless if we believe in God, and I do. But man, woman, and child is life for us. Period.
But this is why we have to. This is why I asked Storm, how did you define trauma? Because, like Honey said, which is where I was getting at. Honey says, I don't agree with the excuses. You was bred that way, so you stay obedient to everything that was instilled in you as a child. That's the thing about not, like, when we don't have language, we don't have concepts, we don't have a kind of like a, when we don't have the proper information, most people are living their lived experiences and the way they've been socialized and the culture of their community and their families as the truth of life. That's why Christians are Christians. Most Christians are bred by other Christians. Most Muslims are bred by other Muslims. Like, people are living the culture of their community and their families, and the issue with relying on that alone is that, depending on what the fuck you were socialized to be, depending on what the fuck you were groomed to be, depending on what the hell you were molded to be, can either be a problem or it can be a major solution to the world. But you have to be able to, even if you feel okay, all of us, I think it's responsible for all of us as adults, even if we feel okay, because of course, how we've been bred to be is going to feel completely like second skin to us. We're not going to pretty much think anything of it because it's what has been our normal. But I think once we become adult, especially if we see certain patterns or we see certain setbacks in our life, or however the injuries or the errors or the ignorances may manifest, that it's important for us to sit down and be counseled so that we can actually unpack all that shit and actually look at it, evaluate it, and have trained people to make interesting links between how we've lived, what we've been through. Because if you sit down with really qualified people, and I know this as somebody who has shadowed therapists, as somebody who has been in therapy on and off in my own life, that therapy, whether you get that through a clinical therapist or you get it through a very qualified spiritualist or your pastor, whomever is the qualified person in your life, if you get that shit from the right people, man, it is profound at how none of us really exist in the vacuum as we think we are. That everything that is right and wrong with us is connected to everything that has happened to us. And it all has informed us on
Very
one
true.
level or another level. But
Very
if you
true.
don't ever kind of like have the outer body experience of it, if you never kind of detach and disconnect and reevaluate that shit and kind of look at it from the outside in rather than from the inside out, you may never really know that you've been spending 70% of your life in the wrong direction at 150 miles like a motherfucker without even knowing. You've been in the wrong direction your whole fucking life. You just been doing what you've been trained to do.
Yes. Yeah. It's
I,
that's it. Right.
I love that.
Right.
Damn, I love that. And to Honey, I did just want to say, no, I do not stay obedient to everything in my childhood. Obviously, shit, doing what I do, like, no, obviously, for a career, like, no. Hey, opinionated, I appreciate that. Okay.
Baby, opinionated throwing bands tonight, baby. Shout out.
I appreciate that. But what I will say,
Thank you,
Honey,
baby mother, opinionated boo boo. Thank you, Lord, baby. You just blessed the shit out of me.
show just blessed me too. But I got to pay rent. But what I will say is, Honey, The problem is a lot of the things that you think I should want, I don't desire. Like I don't be looking at people getting married like, oh my God, I can't wait to get married. And I can't wait to have a family. Like I be thinking of get money, like I always tell Conscious, if I can figure out a way to just travel, get money, and fuck, I'm happy.
And I always tell him, just get a sugar mama or sugar daddy.
I'm happy. I'm fulfilled. Like I don't see the need for the white picket fence and the golden Labrador, and I don't see that.
But could it be possible, Storm? And then I got a question for one community. Could it be possible though, because that's been a part of your social programming? As you said, you were raised to don't marry these hoes, don't procreate with these hoes, stay in your money, stay in your bag. And could it be possible that some of the people that encouraged that were people who were projecting their own fear and their own hurt on you because they had negative experiences with attempting to share life and cultivate life with another person. And they did not want you to experience that and thought they were saving you by encouraging you to close up and to be defensive in your posture against romantic intimacy.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I can even think of like, I would be with my dad and he would see a man in a nice car and he'd say, son, you see that man right there? That's a man that's not on child support. That's a man that ain't got what he used to say? Not a lowly bitch, raggedy bitch. Some kind of bitch. But he would say, that's a man that ain't got a bitch that got him in and out of court on child support, telling him what to do, fucking up his money. That's a man right there that ain't got them kind of problems. Don't you invite them problems in your life.
See, a lot of socialization. And some of that stuff, when you go to unpack it, you may keep some of the stuff because, as you said, you may agree with it. Some of the stuff you may get rid of, but you're not going to know until you put it on the table with somebody who knows how to sort that shit out for you and help you to look at everything.
Yeah, that's real, bro.
Explore everything. Now,
but look, Storm, I got a question for Storm.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to ask Storm something because I watched y'all. I've been on YouTube, bro. I just been off YouTube for a couple of years. I just left off this for a minute. Whatever. People was making wanted posters, missing all type of shit for me. I'm chilling, y'all. But like, all right, cool. Because I've been out of the space for a minute, so I haven't. Because I remember I used to see what you doing. I've seen you for years. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about the content creation, the content space now, as far as your channel? Because I haven't seen your channel in a while, bro. I'm telling you, Storm. So, like, how do you feel about the content creation space right now? Like, going forward, how you feel right now? Because I don't know what you're on really right now on your channel. How do you feel about? Because I've seen the content you produced before. You know what I mean? I've seen one before when you was on T channel, all this shit. So I've seen all these types of things. How do you feel now, though, about the content creation space and how you feel about your channel going forward?
You know what, man? Honestly, I see that things have changed a lot.
Okay.
I see that what used to work for YouTube policy ain't playing that shit no more.
Okay.
I learned that when I was pretty much off air all of 2024.
Okay.
So
Okay.
things are very, very strict. I see certain areas getting saturated. I can see what the future is as far as content creation, period. With the way AI is going, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't know if there's gonna be a space for any of us when AI get through. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But how do I feel about it? I still love what I do, and I'm appreciative.
Yes.
Most importantly, because it literally changed my life, and I'm able to live and do whatever really I want to do.
Praise God.
So
Praise God.
I know I'm blessed. I was miserable having a job. I was miserable with other motherfuckers telling me what to do. It just anyway. I'm grateful, but I see the change. I see my audience maturing to a certain degree.
Okay.
I've matured when it comes to certain things, and that's why when I try to do certain things, it don't really come off well.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Oh, we gonna test if they mature or not the next time I bring that trans conversation back over there.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Yes.
Well, but just
We're gonna see just
give
how
him a little more
grown,
time.
how much
Give
they've
him
grown.
give him a little more time.
Okay, so I have a question for you. I have a question for y'all. Oh, well, I have a question for one community.
What's up?
So and talking about this whole conversation of sexuality, you know, Storm is a straight man. He identifies as a straight man. He's always said he was straight. He loves being straight. He is genuinely straight, but yet the Black community audience don't think of him as straight. They believe he is on the very precipice of same gender lovingness, that he is, that the door just needs to be pushed open. It's already been unlocked and it's already opened enough for him to just blow on the door and it just come open at this point. He's right there on the, you know, on the threshold of it all.
On the threshold. On the threshold. Yeah.
Do you
What do I think?
no, yeah, well, not what you think of him,
No, I'll
but
just tell you what I
like,
think, period.
like,
I'll tell you what I
yeah,
think.
like why?
I'll
What
tell
you
you what
think
I
about the
think.
fact that like Black men can't flex in all variations of masculinity and femininity? Hold on, let me drop the link for Storm. He might have
No,
got
they
bounced
could though. They could though. They could. They
I mean,
could. But
and we
where
do,
we
but not
from,
without
they
the
can't.
backlash though.
But
Like,
where we're from,
where you think that
sometimes
comes
you can't. You could be who you want to be, but where we're from, you can't sometimes. I get it. You know, there's always going to be some
from? No, you
skepticism. There's always going to be
can,
some.
and you can just
You're going to
take
be
the
who you
bullet
are.
for it.
You're
You're
going to
gonna
take
take the bullet
criticisms and
for
skepticisms. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But all
it.
right, cool. Just like this. So me seeing Storm, all right, throughout the years, I
Yeah.
thought Storm like men. That's just me personally. That's not
Okay,
no
and
shot
why?
at
And why?
Storm.
And why? And why? Like, why?
Not just because his mannerisms, how he acts and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Just little things that he just reminds me of a woman. You know what I'm saying? I still see him getting his bag and turn up in his other bag
Oh,
too.
that's hold on, hold on,
I
hold on,
see
hold
both
on, hold on,
sides.
hold on, wait, how long? Wait, New Yorker. Hold on, wait,
I'm
wait.
just saying, I'm
God
being
damn it.
honest. I want
Hold
my.
on, hold on. Okay, hold on. I
I
gotta.
love y'all both, bro. You
Going
know
too
that. I'm
fast.
not
Hold on,
judging y'all both. I love y'all both, bro.
I know, but you're going too fast for me. Wait,
What?
a woman? Now that's a damn stretch. A woman.
No, I'm just saying. Listen to me, Storm. I mean, Conscious and Storm. Listen to me. I'm from a place like mine. My name is Uda. You
I
know,
can
like, I'm
say
from a
you can
place of
say I'm
the
a
hood.
woman.
I'm from a place where either men just move like in a certain way or women just move like in a certain way. I'm just from that place. You know what I'm saying?
It's
So
black or
when
white.
I see men, this is what I'm saying. There's no other great spots in this thing. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at a man, that don't mean some men are more feminine, more attached to their feminine sides and all of that. And I get that because my little brother is like that. Even my son is kind of like that in a little way too, son. You feel me? Not to say that I don't know what he's doing if he want to go. I don't know, but I'm just saying though, he got some of these feminine traits though, more of them though. You know what I'm saying? How he just act, certain mannerisms. Sometimes that comes from being around women, certain things like that. A lot of ways that you grow up and the way that we grow up from children is what affects that. So Storm might say, yo, I'm a straight man, son. I ain't want that dumb shit and all that. And the fuck, my perception may be all the way skewed, right? And maybe just the way some of the ways that Storm had been around and the energies that he's been around just got more of a, you know what I mean, a reaction on some of his mannerisms and certain things that he does. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. Of course, all those things are possible. But a lot of people that are from the outside are some men, they're gonna think that Storm is gay. That's just realistically
Okay.
conscious.
That's fine. Yeah.
Real shit. You know what I'm
Um.
saying? I don't judge Storm, son. Storm still, I don't, you know what I
I
mean?
Okay.
I'm
think
just saying.
I think certain things are generational too,
In which way?
because like even if I look at like my dad's generation and how they carry themselves. So you're talking like 70s babies, 80s babies, right? Then I was born in the 90s. And when I look at like 90s babies, even these 2000s babies that are now like in their early 20s, it's different. It is different. It is not as masculine as before. Now, some people would say, okay, well, y'all ain't got fathers in the house, this, that, and the third. Some people would say it's what they put in the food and the water.
But you're
I
a
don't.
90s baby, right, Storm? You're a 90s
Yeah,
baby?
yeah,
Okay, cool. I just want to know. Yeah. Keep it.
yeah. So, but there is a difference.
I
There's
see
a
what you're saying.
difference. There's a difference when I watch, let's say, Joe Budden, Queens Flip. What's the other dude that's on the Joe Budden podcast?
Who, Ish, the light skin one or the next one?
Yeah. The light skin one, even the
Ish.
fellas. Period. Right.
Yeah.
There's a difference in that energy versus when I watch Kai Cenat, Phantom, and what's the other nigga? The one with the dreads. You get what I'm saying though? It's they both grown, they both grown, but it is different. So I'm wondering, have we just gotten more feminine as the generations have went on?
I believe that too. I believe that to be some of it. I believe that some of the men are not acting like men. You know, some of the kids is a little softer, you know what I'm saying, than we were sometimes, you know what I mean, growing up, you know what I mean? A little things are different. I get that. You know what I'm saying? You know, in the same breath though, like how when it comes to sexuality though, and how that shit is so skewed, especially in the black community when we be in the hood. If you're a person you speak mad eloquently and you just speak mad good and you don't speak hood, then people ridicule you and call you white and they call you gray and they call you all these things. Like we got so many ways. Like sometimes we look at white people and all these other people and say that people are racist, but we like the most critical of each other. You know what I'm saying? Like we be the most. Like we really be doing the most. Because I got people that I know like friends, you know what I'm saying? And they might just talk a little different, bro. And we look at them as crazy like that. So sometimes it's just the way we grown up sometimes. Because like if you say you straight and that's what you are, then you know I respect you for what you are. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Facts.
I think it's also weird when people make statements like, or what a Gene J says, a straight man in celeb gossip space when pigs fly. Never in history has that happened. I was born at night, but not at night. Don't insult our intelligence. And then y'all forget about Howard Stern. Y'all forget about Arsenio Hall. Y'all forget about Charlemagne. Y'all forget about DJ Envy. Y'all forget about messy ass Jerry Springer's motherfucking ass.
A lot of them people is questionable, bro.
A man has been
a lot of people that's questionable, Conscious. A lot of
man
people
has
questionable,
no.
homie.
I'm just making an argument that men
That ain't
have
argument.
been
They questionable, bro.
huh?
They questionable, probably. You naming people, they people
No,
probably
I'm
questionable,
not
man.
talking. I mean, no, because a lot of these people, aside from maybe Charlemagne, have never really been. I mean, really
He do
questioned
weird
like
stuff.
that.
He say weird stuff and act weird stuff. I'm from a place where men don't say certain things and act like nothing. They don't do what academics do. They don't talk to people like that. They don't talk to kids like that. They don't say gay things to people. I'm not gay.
No,
Don't
no,
do
no,
that. I can chill with two people. I can chill with
hold on,
anybody
hold on.
that's gay and
No,
anything and not
I'm not
disrespectful. You know
talking
what I'm
about.
saying?
I'm not talking about the DJ academics. I'm talking about specifically to the comment on the chat. I mean, on the screen about men not being in celebrity gossip as a career. That's not true. Men have been messy in media since media has existed. It is
but it's
no
kind of feminine. So I can see
it is
what
not. Now I
Genesis.
can understand why some people do think it's feminine because when patriarchy was thriving, men were too busy at work slaving on cotton fields while women had time.
Yeah.
While the women had time to sit around and keep their eye out on the community, keep their eye out on each other, keep their eye out on the children, and therefore lots of information and data was being transferred amongst women all day and night while men were focused on, you know, toiling the soil. So I understand kind of how, like the origins of gossip, but in terms of the career field itself, media has been a unisex space for a very long time. It's not one that's about gay. It's just more, I mean, it's literally a career field. It's just you either are in pop culture or you're not in pop culture. And male
You're gonna cover the topics that you want to cover. You're gonna
whatever.
do what you like to do. And especially if you're on YouTube or any social platform, you're gonna do what you're passionate about. And if you don't, then you're not gonna go far. You know what I mean? So if you like
I mean, because this is
or whatever,
almost just
then do that. You
this
know what
is
I mean? So that
almost
don't make you gay or this or that or a bad person because you're doing something that
because it's
you do.
almost as erroneous because it's as erroneous as the idea
Stupid.
that every straight man in fashion, I mean, every man in fashion is gay, and it's not
And
true.
that's not
And
true.
that
Every
ain't
Too.
man
true.
who does
That's like
hair
no, you know what?
is
Not
gay,
just that.
and that's not
Ballet,
true.
bro.
Every man
Ballet,
who
yo,
every
conscious
man who is a
ballet.
ballerina is not gay.
Ballet. I know
Every
dudes that's
man
ballet.
is just not true.
And they
These are
straight as
just
hell, bro.
a misconceptions.
It's a misconception. They do ballet. A couple of people I know, bro. And they straight as hell. Real dudes came from gangs and all that, bro. But that was just the craft and the art that they did from a kid. Their
And
moms
every
put them in it.
football player has to be taken through those
Real stuff, bro. We just
courses
got
and
a perception.
abilities. It's just like weird that we are so obsessed, and maybe because we have stringent ideas of sexuality. As you said, one community is so black and white in the black community. It's like femininity is for women, masculinity is for men. But and that's okay. But we also see the hypocrisy because women historically, even Black women amongst the Black community have been able to be androgynous in their representation, in their aesthetics. We look at Eve when she was a rough rider, bald headed and all, riding the motorcycles with the boys and had her
with
hand
paw
on her
prints on her chest.
But did that
We
make her tough?
can talk about the
But did that
brat
make her
who was
tough?
hold on. I'm gonna lay this out. We can talk about the brat who was not met with the same energy as the
I
Lil
see
Nas
what you're
X.
saying. My bad. I take
As
my
the Lil
statement.
Nas
I see where
X.
you're going. I see where you're going.
She
Yeah.
wasn't the brat was not met with the same energy as a Lil Nas X. We've been able to see a women even of the 90s
Yeah.
in their Tims and they
The
back.
yo-yos and yeah.
We can see the earlier versions of Aaliyah in her tomboy era. Black men have not been able to be that fluid in their aesthetic or in their mannerisms. Black women have been able to be interchangeable in the way they show up aesthetically or in their energy. So even though we are so-called stringent on one hand about masculinity and femininity, we've also been hypocrites and made exceptions for women in areas that we have not made exceptions for Black men.
I agree.
That's a good point, because we know masculine women that got kids that stay with a nigga. We got some aunties that you be like, damn, you a hard ass woman, but she got about 6-7 kids. She's still a woman, still cries, still all that shit. So,
But is she masculine though? I think that whole perception is why we getting a lot of things that's misconstrued, man. Because sometimes, women are women, bro. People are who they are, and people grow up the way they grow up. Someone, let's say it's a woman, right? And she grew up in a house full of brothers, bro. What do you want from her, bro? Like, what the fuck, bro? You want to say that she's masculine and all of these things? She's a girl and she's a woman, bro. So a lot of time we just putting these stigmas on each other when we just need to really look at ourselves and get the hell out of here with the dumb shit, bro. Don't matter if she's a little this and she's a little that. Then what the hell do you like? Do you like that? Then go and find what you like, homie. Because some people like that. Some people like a motherfucker that gonna turn up. Some people like a little stiff kick in their ass. Some people like that. You know what I'm saying? So find what you want to find. Ain't no need to be beefing at the people that's that. Because I grew up around a lot of strong women, and that didn't make them masculine to me. That just made them some strong ass women that wasn't taking no shit. Why can't a woman just be a woman that's not taking no shit and just be a strong ass woman? Why she gotta be masculine, a man, and all this other shit? Why? No, unless you trying to be a man and you trying to play the role of a man and be like a man, then I'm gonna say, damn, why you trying to be a man? And you talking to the kid like you the father. When you the mother, even though you doing the mother and the father role, I get that, but just still always understand to the
Your audio went out one community.
you
I
holding
think
the whole ship down and you the mother, you know what I'm saying? And you ain't got to take away from the father, even if the father ain't even there. So do your thing. But at the end of the day, we got to stop putting these stigmas on each other. And this is why some of the speculation that we going through, even like what Storm's talking about, like how we could perceive and perceptions, because if Storm's saying what he's saying. So shit is real. And we need to start to understand that and be more open to seeing what people are for real, beneath the surface, and stop looking at each other from the surface level, man. For real, bro.
And one community is an example of one of those Black men, and Storm Hell even is two of those Black men who are doing the work. I'm probably like the king of the goddamn gays, and look at how we've been able to create a blended brotherhood. With
Yeah, man.
me being who I am, one community being who he is, Storm being who he is. So these are Black men who are walking, they talking, they walk. And just even being up here and being in Brotherhood with me is a prime example of how diverse Brotherhood really should be and how diverse the male community truly is when everybody stop fucking pretending that we ain't got no gay people up in here, because we do.
But
And what I
no,
don't understand
gay
about
people
the
ain't the
pushback,
problem, conscious. Gay people ain't the problem, man. We got to start looking at the problem.
I'm
Motherfuckers is
glad
doing
you
shit,
saying it.
wrong
See,
shit
I
to
can't
people.
I'm
say
Yeah,
it.
glad you
bro.
I
saying it.
can't say it, one
Not real
community. I'm
gangster shit.
glad
I'm a
you
straight man,
saying it.
bro. I'm from the hood, Uda, all that. Real shit, conscious. But
You can
listen,
say
bro.
it. I can't
Gay
say
people,
it.
look, even when I was a kid, right? My mom had a gay
If
friend
I
named
say
Tony.
it, it's y'all trying to push just on straight folk
I'm
and
telling you, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, man. Whoever
this,
lived their life,
y'all need that, y'all need.
whoever want to live their life, live their life. Like, look, even when I was growing up, right? My mom, like, couple of my sisters are gay too. So at the end of the day, so that's besides that, right? But even growing up as a kid, right? My mom had a gay friend named Tony, right? And Tony was cool as hell, bro. Actually, I'm like, bro. At the end of the day, bro, all the gay people I ever met, like Tony, who's my mom's friend, even my own sisters who I've met, you know what I mean? And a couple other people, I got cousins and shit like that, and one friend that was used to be around my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? I got conscious. I got real people that live their own lives and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I'm secure in who I am. So I don't have to be able to judge nobody for who they are, bro. I'm who I am. I just don't like people that push who they are on people. Not even about gay or nothing, even a religion or anything in life. If you are who you are, be who you are. Don't push who you are on people. You know what I'm saying? Everything is a conversation. That's how I feel. And I like people that own who they are and be who they are. I respect that a lot, man. Because you can never judge a person that is who they are, even if they ain't shit. You met people in your family that wasn't nothing. You met people, you went to their friend house and it was like, yo, listen, man, this my cousin. He ain't here. But they cool with him and they all respect him because they all know he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? And
That
it's
nigga say
real.
he know he ain't shit.
He ain't know he ain't, but at least we know, and at least he know, and it's all good. It don't matter if the society think it's the worst thing that you think about you, unless you're doing some worse things, and we know that. We ain't talking about them things, y'all. Because
Of
if you're doing some
course.
wild shit,
Of
get your ass in
course.
the can. But we know what we talking about. Like, come on, man. I just think that a lot of time we just so judgmental about stuff and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, even when I had my channel, one community I was building with conscious and shit like that, man, niggas, people's hating. Like, why you over there with conscious and shit like that? Like, don't matter, bro. Listen, Conscious is a real person. Listen, man, Conscious is one of the realest people I met on this line, bro. I don't give a fuck. Never went against me, never changed on me, never switched on me. I watched a lot of people switched on me, and I'm not mad at nobody that switched on me because everybody that I met, it was a positive energy while we all connected, and only the devil came between that try to make it different. And fuck that, all's forgiven, and hopefully they feel the same about me. If not, we can move forward. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? That's how the devil work. But we gonna do something more positive. So even to you, like Conscious and people like Storm, you know what I mean, that I watch in the content space doing shit on a big level. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You know what I'm saying? People can say what the fuck they want to say about you or you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have done shit I've seen from a minute, even before I even came to content creation. Before I came to content creation, that's before I left the streets, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, but I've seen a lot of the beef and all that, and they love the drama and they love when that shit is like that. And that shit is cool because we like television and we all television producers. So we need to produce content and things that's all over the board. But I want to see people like you, people like Storm, even some of the people that's from the past that, you know what I mean, maybe it'd be a difference, come together on a stream or two or come on some shit to do something powerful. You know what I'm saying? Because you, come on, Storm, you connected to a lot of powerful energy and you come from a lot of powerful energy. It's just a lot
Of
of negative
course.
and devils in the middle, a lot of this shit, man. And you know, there's fans and the people gonna eat the content up. It's all good. But every content they gonna eat both content up. You know what I'm saying? If niggas doing this or doing
And
that.
they go, oh, go ahead, Conscious. Go ahead.
No, I just want to insert that. I definitely want to take this, like, I want to move deeper into this conversation because are y'all getting back jolly again?
Okay, because I
wanna
had one
bring it
more
back
thing to
deep.
add before you move on.
Yeah. Go ahead, Storm.
Hey, one more thing I want to fuck your head up with too. It just hit me too. I want to be a person who represents, just like one community say, he represent the hood. He come from the hood, right?
Yeah.
I want to represent the black man that is not from the hood, and that's okay.
Yeah, bro,
Because
that's
there's
okay.
also this underlining, like, if you're black and not from the hood, you almost are like not to be respected, or there's this unspoken rule.
Take your black
You
card
ain't
from
from
you.
the hood, so you ain't really black.
Yes, Storm. Yes.
Like,
Preach.
so I want to represent the black kid that likes rock music, that had a skateboard, that like loves like shit that wasn't stereotypical.
That shit
That's me.
cool.
That's really who I am.
That
You
was
know?
me too, growing up. I was the
That's cool,
alternative
Storm. That
kid.
shit cool.
I was the alternative kid. I was the kid. I was the 8th grader and freshman who was wearing parachute pants, spike hair. I was like that black kid. I am listening to Evanescence, to My Chemical Romance, to Creed. I'm listening to Trick Daddy, Trina. Like I was with all the shits. Like I was for everybody growing up. Like I was a very multicultural person that really had the ability to like a lot of things and to enjoy and appreciate a lot of different styles, a lot of different sounds, a lot of different expressions. And so, you know, that was a natural built-in part of my mentality. So I understand, Storm. And, you know, there definitely is a issue with difference in the black community. Like we do look for a lot of conformity. We do be expecting all black people to kind of identify one way. There is like that issue is so
stupid. That shit is stupid. We
yeah,
want to be
I got a
normal. No,
homeboy
ain't no
named
normal. We want to think something's normal. No, man, ain't nothing normal. Look at the world. Open the TV. Put on a news. Ain't nothing normal, bro. So when we look at each other, we want to see something that's normal. What's normal? You know what's normal? Getting to know who a person is, bro. When you do that, that's normal, bro. That's what we used to do back in the days, actually, bro. We used to figure out who people were, bro. We used to get outside and go figure the thing out. Now we
And
don't
you
even
had to
care.
talk.
We
You had
judging
to be able
people
to
quick
talk to
now.
people. Yep.
We judging people quick now.
Yep.
We doing one swipe to the right, to the left. Oh, shorty ain't it. Swipe.
Yeah.
Oh no, look, bro. I don't even know that she's the one of my dreams. I'm swiping to the right. I swipe to the left or whatever. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I'm swiping to the left on it because this is the way we at right now, bro. We in a quicker time with all of this, bro. You feel me? And this is some of the chains that we need to start breaking. We're gonna break it through some of these kinds of conversations, and especially when we bring in women and men and people from all walks of life to have some of these conversations, man. And you know what I mean? And this is why I'm telling to you and I'm telling to Storm, man. Trust me, God got me here for a reason to talk to the both of y'all, man. Y'all can do very impactful, powerful things. So regardless of any other content that we do, because we television producers, we will produce a fucking baddie show for your ass right now. Don't give a fuck. That's the show. We're television producer. That's just the show. You can have 10 shows on your channel, y'all. Okay? You can do that because you're a producer like everybody else on HBO. But at the end of the day, you could also do something that's mad powerful, impactful, bring a couple of people in. You and him alone could bring a couple of people in to do one of the most impactful streams that y'all both have ever seen. And maybe that might mend a few bridges and bring a few other people to come support it. Maybe it might start from a one thing that y'all did. Maybe it might be a thing that y'all start doing a weekly thing. You never know
I
how it
get it.
starts to work. But it's
I get
powerful,
it,
Storming
and
y'all,
I
because the
have
conversation y'all having is
event.
powerful too, y'all.
Mm-mm.
So I'm just seeing from the
Eventually,
outside. I'm just letting y'all know. Maybe I
I'm
need to
good.
ponder.
Okay.
No, I definitely have some plans. Because I got a book that I'm putting out this year, and I got some things I'm going to be going into in terms of where I'm taking my career as a public figure. But one of the things I have wanted to do with Consciouztv in terms of the brand, the LLC, is to basically turn it into a network, like what you're talking about, and have an outsource for a lot of different types of content creators who bring various like to actually run my channel like an entire network, like have very talented commentators who can do a news segment, empowerment segment, a financial segment, a hot topic segment, like to just bring in very talented
You
people.
go
But
to the
I
next
don't want to
level.
do that. I don't want to have that whole conversation right here because I want to stay kind of in the vein of what we're talking about. But we can,
but no, like I'm
I
saying though,
understand,
out of
and
here
I'm
doing that.
definitely there.
Out of here. You're out of
And
here.
I'm so antisocial at this point. I like that's why I got to get some other things situated because I'm gonna need a check to put up with people again. So you know,
You're gonna have to.
but I'm heading in that direction. But I want to ask you, on community. So, what's your definition of man and woman? So, do you see Storm as like a straight man now, or do you see him as a strong woman?
No, Storm is not a woman. I never said he was a woman at all. Storm is a man, bro. So I never said that. I don't want nobody to think I said that. Storm is not a woman. Storm's a man. Whether I thought he was gay or not, that's what I
No,
thought.
you said earlier that he
No, I
acted
said
like a woman.
mannerisms. Certain mannerisms
Yes.
is like feminine, but
No,
that's
and you turned a
mannerisms.
woman, and you said
Like a woman. A woman is
like
what's
a woman.
feminine to me.
So,
What I equate to femininity is a woman to me. That's what
so,
I equate femininity to me. You know what
so,
I'm
do
saying?
you
So
see him as a straight man or as a strong woman?
no, I don't see him as no strong woman. My mother and him is strong women, bro. He's a
So do
man,
you see him
bro.
as a so do you see him as a straight man? You're not answering that question, did you see him
He's
as a
a
straight man?
man. He's a man. He said he's a straight man, and I'm gonna see him as a straight man because he said that. But my perception of Storm was I thought that he was feminine, and I thought that he was probably gay. That's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And
And do
so
you believe that?
that's
And
what I thought.
now, even though you are accepting what his truth is, do you believe his truth as a
I
straight man?
believe
Do you
his
believe he's
truth,
straight?
bro. I have to
Okay.
believe his truth. I do believe his truth. Why? Because, like I said, when we also went down some of the lines of some of the perceptions that we have from the hood and different things like that, until I seen otherwise, then what, nigga? If he was gay for real, then one of his lovers would have popped out the woodworks by now. Fuck you,
That's what I'm
mean? He be in
saying,
talk this
bro.
shits. So I may be happy to believe what the fuck Storm's saying.
That's what
Unless
I'm
y'all
saying,
seen some
bro.
shit I ain't seen in 2 years since I've been gone.
But I've
So
been
then
on the
fuck.
internet. But I've been on the
You
internet
know,
since
it's
I've been
all
on the
right.
internet since December 2018. And even that one dude that had the channel, I can't remember his name. He said, "Yeah, you know, I know people that done seen him in the sex clubs in Atlanta, and even they said he ain't done no gay shit." So I'm just like,
So that's what I'm saying. So I can't, you know what I mean? I just gotta respect people on the cloth that they're giving me. It's not about me judging people and being like that. You feel me? Perception is perception. That's why we gotta speak to people. You gotta get to know who people are. When you tell me this and you speak in your mind, I gotta respect your handle, how you talk to me, period. So
So what you
I
think, Storm,
respect them.
about Sweet Tooth, a comment who said that even Armand Wiggins called Storm a girl and be making kiki jokes, and that's his friend.
yeah, we joke around though. Hell, I call him girl. Like we joke around though.
But men don't joke like that. That's why I say that Storm was gay. That's what I'm saying, y'all. I love
No,
Storm. I
I
love
will
all
hold
of
on.
y'all.
Hold on.
And that's why I
I
was
will
saying that because
answer.
men don't be joking like that, Storm.
I will.
I joke like that with
Hold on.
Conscious though.
Hold on. Wait. I will offer.
Yeah.
Hold on. I will offer the alternative. That a man who's also comfortable in his sexuality and in his skin acts like anything because he knows who he truly is at the end of the day.
I get that too, Conscious. But guess what? When we look at the black comedy and when we look at white comedy and you look at them like stifling them, oh, he's peeing on them on his weird shit. You're like, the fuck? That's human. Both is humor, but we understand the humor that y'all going for. And some people that's going for that shit, that's the humor that academic was going for. So I'm like, sometimes you got to look at certain things. You got to tie energy, and that's how we. I don't know if it's just systematic, but we tie energy together. Be like, what the fuck? So
I love white humor though. That's the thing.
I
I
love it
love that
too,
shit.
but we know what it is though. I love it too, but we know what it is though. We have to
And my
differentiate it.
friends are white.
My friends too, Storm. I grew up with kids that was skateboarding and doing all that shit too because I used to leave my hood and go chill with them in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, and all that shit. They was my friends too. Some of my friends from like, why the fuck you going to chill with them niggas? They didn't even understand. But at the end of the day, I've never been a closed-minded person. My friends were. I come from a hood that was closed-minded. That's why you and I are having these conversations. We all chopping it because I've never been a closed-minded person. You know what I'm saying? I've
But
always been a person that's open-minded. You know what I
this
mean?
is what irritates me though, because on one hand, it's like we literally, because this is the problem with us as the melanated community. We are hypocrites about almost everything. We on one hand cannot acknowledge individuality, but then at the same time be a proponent of conformity and being what's the word I'm looking for? Being a monolith, because there is no one single truth for all men. Like, so this idea that like men don't do this, no, men do everything. Like there are like Storm's comfortability and his boundaries or lack thereof in certain areas is very different from the next man. Like we are not a monolith as men.
We're
We're
not.
not.
We're
We don't
not.
like the same shit. We ain't attracted to the same shit. We ain't got the same hobbies.
We're not.
We don't find the same things funny. We don't find the same shit cool. We, you know, like we're not a monolith. So where does this idea that like men don't do this, women don't do this, men do everything, women do everything?
I know.
Like there is
Storm don't.
no.
But look, but Conscious, listen to me, Conscious. I love you. And I'm not attacking Storm because I love Storm.
I know.
And I
I
love you both.
don't feel
Listen to
that.
me though. But one day, this is years ago, Storm. Years ago. Because I used to be online. I was koofing people off this shit too. I was in my wars too. But look, years ago, this was a wild Storm. I was online one day, and I think I passed by your channel. And you had on like some doctor business, bro, like some nurse doctor business. You had the taco meat out in the fucking chest. I was like, Storm, what you doing, Storm? Storm, come on, Storm. That's what I'm saying. Shit like that, I was like, I don't know, Storm. That's the things, little things like that was making me think like that. You know what I mean? So
Let
it's
me
not
ask you
like
this
I'm just
question, okay,
judging
community.
you.
Like, what do
It
you
was
think
certain things
about?
that you was actually doing that I was like, wait a minute, Storm.
Oh, he's
Are
very
you
clear
really
that he has
batting the
done a lot
flag?
of. Yeah, he is very clear that he's definitely done a lot of things online that
Oh
may
Right.
yeah,
create that. But my
I'm
question to you about community, like, what do you
yeah, I'm
think
very
about
clear
the
about that.
twerk? What do you think about the twerk community of Louisiana and New Orleans? Like, what do you think about the fact that there's a culture of ass shaking that both straight men and gay men participate in a whole state and city? Like, what do you think about that?
Yo, listen, I don't conform to none of that, and I don't know about none of that. I haven't even seen it. I just seen somebody in the chat, and I was trying to write them while you're bringing it up. They were saying that they call guys girls or somebody girls in Louisiana. I was supposed to take a trip there. I'm glad I didn't go because I'm not one. I'm not with it. But at the end of the day, hey, to each its own. Everybody living their life, but I've never seen that. I never seen the men running around doing that. The people, when I think about New Orleans, I think about Choppers City. I think about the Calliope. You know, I think about sea murder and things like that when I think about New Orleans and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So,
We should
well,
also
whoever's
think
doing that,
about
do it.
Birdman that was fucking Lil Wayne.
Possibility. I don't know. You should say allegedly because we on the Conscious channel and we not on. You
Oh,
know,
baby, trust and
so
believe.
let's just say allegedly on
I
this
will
shit.
be sending all of the docs information to Storm.
That's what I'm saying.
I
We
will
gotta
be
Alleged,
say
but
sending.
we do
allegedly to
know,
And
that.
but we
You know what
do
I mean?
know,
You on your gossip shit,
but
Storm, but you gotta
but
chill. Hold on.
but
Don't get
but
him clipped. He still
but
gotta
we
do something for the Diddy trial.
but
Hold
we
on,
do
y'all.
know,
He gonna be locked.
but we do know Birdman kissed Lil Wayne in the mouth. We
He did.
do know Lil
He
Wayne
did.
called him daddy. We do know that
and
Birdman
Birdman, he was
introduced.
kissing a few of them in the mouth.
Hold on. We do know that Birdman introduced Lil Wayne to sex when he had a hoe suck his dick at 11 and said, "Suck Lil Wayne little dick" in the kitchen in front of all the niggas. We do know that. We do know the lyrics, a dick in a pussy and a dick in the ass. We do know that.
But Storm, you can't do that, Storm. You know why you can't do that? Because the same thing you about to do to Lil Wayne is the same thing you don't want us to do to you. So therefore, this is the reason why you in the gossip section and want to go and cover it the way you really want to cover it, you might not be able to, because what you want from us is something that you're going to say like that to him. But no, yeah, he might have kissed him. That's Birdman. That nigga was weird. But that don't mean that they went to a level and did some weird shit. You can't put that on Lil Wayne. We can't go that far. We seen the weird shit. We all know it's
I gotta
weird.
agree.
But we can't go to the extra level to put something else
With
on
the
Lil Wayne.
kissing though?
I don't know about Birdman. I'm not speaking for Birdman because he bugged. But even him, we can't put on him because we ain't seen it. But especially Wayne, we can't put that on Wayne, right? Because at the end of the day, Wayne was a kid. And at the end of the day,
Okay,
Wayne was
that's true.
subjected to the information. Wayne was subjected to the environment that he was, like you were, and anything that you or us and anybody's talking about. So for you to say that about Wayne would be a whole hypocritical thing to anything that you would be going for, or for us to not be
Because I think
judgmental
the point
towards
that
you.
one community is
Because you
making is
had a
that
nurse thing on with a stethoscope and the taco meat was out, bro.
Well, that
no,
was a doc. Well, that was, well, to be fair, that was a doctor's outfit, not a nurse's outfit. That was a
period.
All right.
doctor's
The
coat.
shit was mega tight. I ain't never seen a doctor shit that
He
tight,
the
so
That
man, I
surgeon,
love you.
baby. The surgeon. He the
I
surgeon.
love you, so.
that was a doctor's coat. That was a
Love
doctor's
you,
coat. Number
so.
Thank
one.
I
That was a
love you, so.
doctor's coat. But
All right, my bad,
but
my
to
bad,
be
my bad.
fair,
At
but
the
but
time, that's what I thought. My bad.
but to be fair, but to be fair,
What's up, bro?
but to be fair,
Yeah.
but to be fair,
What's up, bro?
just like you giving them credence, just like you giving them slack. That's all I'm asking
all
for.
stormy
Nah,
what?
not everybody's everybody, but we can't certain things.
EST.
I'm just saying certain levels and certain things, Storm, we may not be able, we got to put the allegeds on. You speaking from a place of fucking guarantee. So the people in the chat that's like, nah, this nigga gay, he fucking feminine. Fuck out of here. I'm reading them. I said I thought it. You told me you not. I believe what the fuck you told me because
But they
I'm one of
did
them
kiss. That's
people.
a fact, though. That's not no allegedly.
Okay, but
That's a fact.
hold on.
I'm
Okay.
just saying we just can't be that
Hold on. I
judgmental,
just want to
Storm.
insert.
That's all I'm saying.
How do I insert?
I love
Okay.
y'all all.
I
I'm just
think
saying.
that.
If
I
y'all think
think
I'm
that.
wrong, say it in the chat, y'all. I'm
Can
saying.
I? Can I? Sexy? Can I just buy your man? No, I just want to say that I think that the point that one community is making is that yes, we factually do know, like, there was a kiss, right? That there's been kisses, but I think what one community is saying is that if you don't add anything extra to that, because
Okay.
some things that I know about, like some mafia circles, is that they do the kissing thing on the lips as a form of affection and honor. It's not necessarily always in the context of, like, you know, like trying to be a predator or trying to be gay per se. Like that kiss on the lip shit is known and is kind of a practice in certain gangster ass circles. And I know that Birdman is a weirdo who cosplays as a fake ass fucking gangster. So I think
He's weird.
that's a part of like his whole whatever. But I think that if you remove all the extra shit just from the fact that it's a kiss, right? I think that what one community is saying is that this is another example, though, of how, like, Black men may show up. Yes, it may be different than the way other Black men or the Black community does, but then here we go running to a assertion and a negative assumption about something that at face value don't mean anything at its face other than we know that it's a form of affection. Just like fathers who kiss their sons on the lips, or moms who kiss their sons on the lips. Like, it in and of itself is an innocent thing, unless there happens to be some deeper context to it. But
it was weird, though. It was weird.
Well, I'll walk that back. I'll walk that back.
Look,
it was weird, though,
nudism.
Storm. It was weird.
Hold on. Nudism is not an everyday household thing, but there are plenty of nudists, and they raise their children in nudist households and nudist communities. That may be weird to folk who were not nudists. It doesn't make being a nudist bad just because it's not us, or just because it's not you, or because it wasn't your upbringing. And I think that sometimes what we do as a community is, because it's not us, we demonize it. Because it's not what we do, then it's a bad thing. No, it's just not what you do. It's not a bad thing because somebody else does it. It's not a negative thing because somebody else shows up that way or this is their culture. It's just that this is what they do and this is what you do. Okay. And we need to be a bit more intentional as a community, period. Like Storm should be able to he should be able to act like he's auditioning for cabaret and do splits without that meaning he's a gay man because he has flexibility. He should be able to twerk his ass without it being gay because shaking your ass is not synonymous to being queer. And it's also okay that as a woman, you would not prefer your man to twerk, or as a man, you would prefer not to twerk. But if Storm does, that's okay. And it gets to just be a twerk. It doesn't have to be all this other shit just because it's not your shit.
I get it, but if a man is twerking,
I'll walk that back.
If a man is twerking, we know what we're gonna think, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Let's
Well,
go speak.
first off, hold up. First off, I'm not twerking every day now. God damn, y'all.
I'm just saying, one twerk is enough for me, bro. That's more than enough, homie.
Okay,
like,
that's fine.
Yeah,
but you just challenged one community. You just challenged him on making assertions, and now you right back saying,
I ain't making no assertion, but I'm just saying. I'm sorry if society got me.
You not the demographic, though, community. You not the demographic. The whole like that.
We need some continuity here, okay? It's too much. It's too much going on.
But believe it or not, community, them cash apps go crazy when I dance.
I ain't gonna say nothing about it, man. I ain't gonna hold nothing that you're talking about, Storm. I ain't talking about none of that. And look, I'm not judging you, bro. Me and you just chopping it, and we just here chopping it, bro.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? I'm the straight person here, man. She's a woman, I guess. I don't know what she's dealing with. But, you know what I'm saying? Feel me? We just here chopping it, and we just conversing, man. Ain't no nothing.
It's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
Can I
ask a question, though?
It's just
Conscious my homie, so there's no we.
Hey, homebody.
Hey, CTV. Hey, Storm.
Hey.
I don't know the gentleman speaking, but I've been listening. I love the conversation.
Thank you, boo.
One community, love. One community.
Hey, I wanted to ask a question. I can only I can't see the names. I don't mean to call you by your picture.
Don't worry.
You have the
Go
hat
into your build. Don't worry about me.
Community.
Talk your talk, love. Talk your talk. Forget about me. Go into your build.
Community? Yes. Oh, one community. Oh, okay. And never sometimes it didn't show in the live chat. But I had a question for you, one community, because you've been up here for a long time talking about taco meat, talking about Lil Wayne and Baby. And I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and there's a lot of Mexican restaurants over here. Mm-hmm. I never heard taco meat said so much in my life than on this stream.
I already said it once or twice. I didn't say it a bunch of times. I told him that the 2 times I told him. When I told him we had that on that day, that's what I thought of this day, and this was 2 years ago, right, sis? Listen, I told him twice.
Okay, but this is what I wanted to ask.
And that's what I told him.
This is what I wanted to ask. So I wanted to ask, like, if you have so much kind of conversation, I understand you're participating in the dialogue, but you're saying, but do how you doing. If that's you, Storm, you want to have your taco meat out, have your taco meat out. Like, if you, I don't understand why men, like, or individuals like you rather, are spend so much time talking about the homo or gay community.
First of all, I don't spend time spending on nothing.
Let me finish, though.
Don't say me. I didn't do anything. You just the first time you ever heard me speak right now.
I'm asking a question.
So ask your question. You're attacking me. I didn't say shit. This is the first time you heard me speak. So
no, I've been listening to the
all right, then. No, you didn't. I haven't been here in 2 years. So you did it. So speak your question.
Okay, so the question is this. So why is it that you would spend this much time up here talking about homosexuality, and if you don't really care about it, and if it's not how you roll, like, why spend time like that? For example, I don't like cats. So
I didn't say I didn't like anything, miss. I said my sisters are gay, miss. My sisters are gay, miss. I don't care about cats. We talking about people. I don't care about no cat.
I'm a dog person.
The hell with your cat. I'm talking about a person.
And you don't care about what homosexual.
Nah, I don't care about none of that, miss. I think you want a clout case, miss. I'm not even gonna answer you. You're a clout chaser, miss. You're a clout chaser. You're a clout.
of homebody. Let me just add some context. He up here because first I asked him to be, and he is giving his observations because I asked him poignant questions about Storm, about femininity, sexuality, etc. And I don't think in all that one community has said that he's come off as judgmental. He might be contradicting himself, but I don't think it's like I haven't heard him being condemning per se. He's just making
No,
the
I'm
point.
not saying he's condemning at
He's
all.
making
I
a
think
point that, like,
I'm
okay, I
hearing
mean,
the
if you do this, then I'm gonna think this. I ain't gonna have a
right, right,
problem
right,
with
right,
you.
right.
I ain't gonna have a problem with you doing it, but this is what I'm gonna think if you do it. But you can do it
Right.
because we
Right.
want
I
community in this
think that's what it
motherfucker.
is, conscious. I
Mhm.
think that's what it is. I think I'm hearing the contradictions in it. And so if I'm reading it wrong, then I'm reading it wrong. But I was hearing the contradictions and I'm like, then why are we spending so much time talking about it? So if you invited him up here to talk about it, then that's cool. Then I read it wrong. But I was like wondering, why are you talking about this so much if you don't care?
No, I mean, no, it's a dialogue. I mean, it's like we all just, I mean, we dialogue and we do care about the topic, right? Because we do have, we want black men of all kind to be free, straight men, gay men. We want just men to be free. I want women to be free. I wanted to get past the shallow shit and just get to a place where people can just be themselves. People can just be who they are without all of this extra assigning of definitions and stigmas, and it's so stupid. It's so outdated. It is the
Facts.
21st century. It is 2020, 25.
Yeah,
Like,
because she came up here with an attack and
can we
some other
just get
dumb
on
shit that
with it
she's talking
already?
about. It's not it, sister. Stop. And that's why you is going to be a detriment to the community too. Because you're going to take all this. Oh, you know what? You know why you're going to be the devil? Because you came in your first introduction. When everybody rewinds this stream, they're going to hear it. She's going to say, I love the build and stuff with y'all. You know what? She come to talk to me. I'm not here. I'm here talking to Storm and them. Conscious told me to come and ask them. I just said hey to them. That's why I'm speaking right now. You want my view on things, I give you my view. That don't mean I judge people on nothing. So you need a person like me that's a straight man, that's going to defend women, that's going to understand people.
Your audio went out one community.
That's going to be real to shit. You see what I'm saying? That's it. That's all it's about. I don't give a fuck who nobody think about me. I'm talking with Conscious right now. I don't care. I've been talking to Conscious for years. I don't care. Conscious is cool. He's actually one of the realest people I have even met on this internet. I don't care who nobody thinks about that. Okay? And I'm secure in myself enough to be here and say that and do that and be here without you coming to question me and being a devil interrupting the conversation when we're in a positive build, sister, and you're not trying to add nothing positive before you didn't even know my name. You're trying to go talk about you trying to question me. Miss, you got things in your life you need to question, and that's our problem as black people, is that you think you want to attack something, miss. Not me. I'm not the one, okay? I stayed away from the internet because I'm not a clout chaser. All my channels monetized within a month. Don't play with me. I got 10 monetized channels, and I left YouTube because I'm not a clout chaser, okay? I've watched Storm, I've watched Tasha, I've watched mad people from years. I know Conscious mad people from years. I've been on chats and Storm with Storm already. Say my first time talking to Storm. What you talking about? Okay? So understand that I'm not attacking anyone who lives their life anyway, and you're just being aggressive and attacking people and trying to be something else. When you could have added to the conversation, say, you know what, Storm, or you know what, one community, or you know what, what's your name, brother, or you know what, Conscious, and add to the conversation and try to come with that. And that's the same reason of why we be like that with each other in the neighborhoods that we from. Because instead of you coming to some, you come to judge me. Why? I'm not against nobody. I'm telling you where I come from. This is how people, and they surety with what I'm saying. They on it. They ain't even no change in their mind. They would never come speak. They would never. They're different. So we need people to start bridging these gaps to understand that we're judging each other for the wrong reasons. Okay, this is not the problem. People's gay and people's this and people all that. No, that's not the issue, son. Some people are bad fucking people, and these are the people that we need to be attacking, and these are the people we need to be focusing our minds on. For real, for real. Not no internet clout chase YouTube thing you did on a video one day. I'm talking about real life, man. We got kids out here, man. People are doing things to kids. People are doing things to old people. People are doing things to people with autism. People doing things to people with disabilities and handicaps and all kinds of things like that, man. All right? I am not the problem.
Who
I
you
didn't come
talking
here to
to?
be
You
the
talking to
problem.
me?
I'm just saying that.
I
I
was the
didn't come
one
here to be
typing
it.
in the chat. You
That's
talking
all
to
I'm
me?
saying. I love you, sister. So don't think that I'm
No, but
attacking
was
you.
you
I
talking to
love
me?
you.
Because I was the
I
one
love
typing in
you,
the chat.
sister.
So I want
I
to know if
love
you
you.
talking to
I
me.
love you.
You
I
got
love
real
you.
aggressive up here, and you sounded just like
Why?
a
But I'm saying
woman.
I love you. I
Started
love you, but
moving your
you
ass,
attacking.
molding your neck. So who you talking to?
Ah.
Pipe down, cause I'ma treat you. I ain't that. I will run your ass up here. You don't fucking know me. Pipe your ass down.
Opinionated, baby. I think he was talking to homebody Sugar.
And even if he talking to her, recognize she a woman, he better watch his fucking mouth.
Did he is he still in the chat one community, or
Give
he's
a fuck who he wanna be.
No, look.
he's not CTV?
Now I'm gone.
He dropped
Yeah,
out.
but
I just let him
Cause he done
roll.
pissed
He
me the
dropped
fuck
out. He
off.
rolled out.
He better watch his fucking mouth.
So
This
wait.
Louisiana right here. We don't play that fucking shit. Who the fuck you think he is? Nigga, get your dialect right. Get that list right. Don't fucking play with me. God damn it. He done gave every motherfucking topic around the question you asked, but the motherfucking answer. Shut your ass up. Don't play with Stormy. The bitch, he sound gay. He sound fucking gay when he got into it. Let's talk about it. You want to run it up? Let's wrestle, nigga. Don't come here with that shit, bitch. And don't ever fucking play with Storm. Is he fucking stupid? Dumb? Retarded? Lame? If Storm want to fuck his eyeballs out, he can. If he want to fuck 12 niggas in their pussy and then turn around and fuck a bitch in that ear, he can. The fuck? Stupid ass bitch. That's what's wrong with some of these fucked up ass niggas. They need me in their motherfucking life. Cause I check their ass and send them to their motherfucking mama and put them back on that titty where they belong. Cause half of these niggas ain't niggas. I'm more nigga than that motherfucking nigga. Nigga. The fuck?
Is he one community? If you are still
Okay, hold on, wait.
I'm hollering. Damn.
Wait
Oh my God.
a minute. Before we go any further, y'all, okay, hold on. So let me I didn't know. I probably should have said ground rules from the beginning. If this might be why the divorce rates are high in y'all community, y'all. I mean, I don't know, baby. If this is the energy between women and men, baby, Jesus, baby, y'all got it going on in the heterosexual community, girl. Thank God I'm built so gay. But let me just say this: we are in a discussion, and we in a discussion. Long as nobody being derogatory. We are here to have a discussion. Storm ultimately wanted an open discussion. He wanted people to come, say what they think. He wanted people to give him some honest feedback. And like we have to remember that all the wonderful people coming up here to give that wonderful feedback, baby. That's all they're doing is giving feedback. They definitely not against Storm. And one community is not against Storm, but he did give us honest feedback, child. Okay, so if we can just remember we're in a discussion. Everybody is supposed to be honest. Storm is not fragile. He is not hurt by any of this. He wanted the data. He wanted to know what's really in people's minds, what's really in people's perceptions. And so one community was just able to be respectfully honest. And the energy been good. So I don't want nobody to think that it's a bad thing going on up here. I'm going to ask you, Storm, have you felt attacked by one community? Have you felt?
No, I'm good. No, absolutely not. No, I'm good. I will say every time I come up here, Conscious, somebody get into it. I don't know what happens every time. This to show the air shit out. Apparently, golly,
baby, this is the Queen's Court.
God,
you in the Queen's Court now, my nigga. Okay,
but no, I'm not tripping off that shit at all. But I will say,
And
one community.
we do need the straight man's perspective, y'all.
Yeah.
Like Storm,
and that hood straight. That
yeah,
like
like we need like that.
Now,
like,
let me say something, because I don't even know how that went off, because
well, because he felt like you came up here making
right. No.
indictments
I'm
against
saying
him.
no. I know how it went off, but what I'm saying is, Conscious. I don't know how it went off in the place where it got so escalated, because I was listening to the stream. I came in like maybe 20-25 minutes after it started.
Yeah.
And so I missed a little bit of the introduction. But if you listen to the chat, and people who are in the chat saw me say, oh, hey, hold on, I'm just getting home, catching up. I just left Sonic. Like, okay, this is exciting. Storm is up here. I'm a big fan of Storm, this and that. And so I was just listening to it. And so then when I came up here, I said, hey to everybody. And then
you started making indictments, homebody. You did.
Right.
You did start making indictments.
And then, but then,
well, if you so mad, if you so uncomfortable, why would you? I mean, and so of course,
no.
You set it up so
let me bring you back to something he said. Let me bring you back to something he said, because he said you're gonna listen back to this stream, and so I want the replay gang to listen back to this stream. And so when I said what I said, I could see why he was offended. And then I told him, hey, okay. All right. If I read it wrong, this and that. I'm sorry, I didn't say this and that, but if you listen to the replay, you'll hear it. And then after that, he was going off, and then I couldn't follow it after that. And then when the other woman had come up here, the nice woman, me and her be talking in the chat, but I didn't know if he was saying something to her. So I didn't know if there was something going on in the chat, because I can't read the chat while I'm up here. So I didn't know exactly.
And that might have been the problem, home, but basically is that you're describing not really knowing enough. And then because you were directing those, your sentiments toward one community on top of not knowing enough, honey.
Well, no. I think also what it is when the panelists are up there, they're not looking in the chat. At the same time, when you're speaking to people in the panel, you might not be able to see like all the comments and things. So
I don't even pay attention intentionally.
Couldn't even see the conversation that was happening with me and everybody in the chat, and what we were talking about before I even came up here. So I think it goes both ways. But like I said, if you listen back and when you replay this, you hear me say, oh, okay, all right. If I heard it wrong, okay, I get it. I'm sorry, whatever. And then when he was going off, I think it was directed toward me, and then it went somewhere else. And so that's what I was confused about. And so that's why I was saying, where, is he still here? Because I was going to reply, is he still here? And then he dropped off. So if
he's still here. He's still here. I said he's still here.
Right. So well, he's not on the panel right now. So what I'm saying is, if he is going to come back on the panel, like, I would like to speak with him.
Well, what community can you please come back up here and speak to homebody? Okay, yeah. We are trying to be up here and set all type of examples, and she's willing to admit that maybe she didn't quite understand what was going on. She stands corrected if she got you wrong.
No. I'm willing to admit that I already said it and he missed it.
Well, yeah, he missed it because he was already in it. Like, you had already hit him with the car, so he was already on the ground at that time. So, I mean, But I mean, at the end of the day, he didn't call anybody any names. He wasn't being a derogatory. He was just standing 10 toes down in defense of himself and his intent. And there's nothing wrong with anybody doing that. If they feel somebody is.
Like I said, if you heard me say CTV, I said that.
No, this is the thing.
No, you invited him as a guest, and so I was saying, if he's your guest, I understand. You know what I mean? So that
but if you are saying that while he's standing 10 toes down in defense of himself, he ain't gonna hear that until he just comes to an end, and then you reiterate that whatever, because y'all gotta remember, this is a conversation. And it is an open forum, and we not picking at anybody who is participating, because this is for participation. I want everybody up here. I want people who homophobic as fuck to come up here and say what their issues are, because this gives us an opportunity to unpack it. I think because you started off that way, you started setting it up to be very fiery, even though he still kept it respectfully. while being himself and standing down in it. Because once again, we're not gonna act like he was up here being derogatory in defense of himself. He was just being in strong defense of himself because he knew what his intent was, and he knew you were misunderstanding what his energy was, what his attitude was, and it pissed him off because it was all gravy up here first, and then that energy was real salt and pepper from you. He was like, sis, I'm not an enemy. I can be up here. I'm up here just like you up here. We all can have our feelings. It's not a thing. What you think is going on is not actually going on. And, and it's okay. It's all right. So I would like you in one community to work it out. One community, could you please hit the damn link, child? Because now y'all got my nerves all damn bad. And this was going so beautifully, child. But now I really get to see, girl, how, like, baby.
Well, on the flip
I don't know what
side,
straight men and straight women gonna do, baby. Because baby, y'all can't even get through 60 seconds of a decent dialogue with it, baby. I'm scared for the heterosexual black community. Because goddamn, like,
hey,
women just, woo, child, y'all, baby, it's interesting. That's a lot. That's a lot going on. Hey, Whitney, what's going on, child?
hey, Conscious, hey, Storm, hey, everybody. On the flip side, I do hope that one community does come back. And if you hear this, I just wanted to say thank you. I have been here for most of the conversation, specifically your point in defending women and our stances on being strong and not being masculine. When Karen is, when she's in her mode, she is empowered. When Maria is in her mode, she's spicy. And when we're in our mode, we just have attitudes and we're angry. So I really appreciate you defending us with that point. And that was all I had to say this evening.
Okay,
Thank you so much, community. Bye, y'all.
Okay, boo. That was our Whitney. Hey, Mo. Before you before you go, boo, let me come for me.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. I'm sorry. How you doing, Conscious?
I'm Mister. I'm well. How you, boo?
I ain't mean to die because I ain't mean to mispronounce disrespectfully. I'm sorry.
I'm every man and every woman. It's okay.
I've been watching your content. Storm know who I am. I've been watching your content for a long time. And you remind me a lot of myself when we be roasting motherfuckers. Oop, my bad. Not the cuss on your channel. My bad.
Oh, you can cuss over here.
Yeah, it's a cussing ministry over here, child. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I want to get y'all feedback. I just want to bring everybody up in that chat first and greet everybody, and then I can get y'all input into this discussion.
Yes, of course. I personally feel that. I'm just gonna say.
Just hold on.
I'm sorry.
I gotta bring somebody else up from the back chat first.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My bad.
No problem. Just give me 1 second. Hey, Pow Pow. Can you hear me, Pow Pow? Pow Pow, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yeah,
yes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you
hear
me?
What's going on, Conscious and Storm?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I think it's a delay.
Maintaining.
Can you hear me, Pow Pow?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's a delay. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna get y'all in. Let me get to Mo first, and then I'm gonna get to Come For Me, and then I'm gonna get to you, Pow Pow. Mo.
Hey, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Storm. I watch you, Storm. I'm definitely over here. I love CTV, but I do watch you, Storm.
I appreciate it.
I do. You was definitely funny to me. But I just want to go backwards for the last two incidents. First of all, I got a 6-pack right now from Opinionated. I had to get up here. She had me dying. But I feel like the young lady that set Homeboy off, I know what she was talking about. Homebody. Okay, I'm sorry. I think she confused him, which is easy because there's so many of them out here. The toxic masculines that they spend all their time talking about gay people. And I think she could have, she came in, I seen what happened. She just came in and she was mistaken, but then he went all the way left. It was a mess. But it kind of tied into what Storm was talking about with the younger generations. I was born in 86, so I'm 38. I have a 21-year-old son. Gay men do not bother my son. Is a lot more what most toxic or hood people would say, less effeminate men in the lower generations. And I think it's because they not offended and they comfortable in their skin. And quite frankly, they don't be worried about what everybody else doing. And they able to be out. They not oppressed like my friends were coming up. Because I was always the girl. Everywhere I went, me and the gay boy became besties. I have so many gay friends. And there's a word that I can't even say that they used to call me because I was always with gay men.
A gag hack.
Yes, ma'am. A proud one. I was a proud one. I even was a backup dancer for my friend who was a Missy Elliott impersonator.
Nice.
Sure was.
Period.
Yes. So, but what Storm was saying with the generations, I do feel like they're less bothered and quite frankly more mature. A lot of them is not letting like the men of my father's time and even my time, the idiots, they not letting that toxic crap brush off on them. My son is totally secure around gay men. He know they ain't trying to mess with him and he ain't paying. He's looking for where your friends at. He know that they know where the girls at. See, and that's the thing. That's why I love Conscious because it is like a bridge if a straight man is not too homophobic to listen to what he's saying. Because I feel like that's the big barrier. It's like I think the answer to that question way back was patriarchy. Is teaching these people that men supposed to be like this. If you cry, it's a girl, and I think it's going down, is lessening because the lower generations don't got all that toxicity.
And I have a conversation. I mean, not a conversation. I have a question I want to ask you, Mo, and bringing that up. It's interesting because I'm a data person. I'm a research person. And it's interesting that, there's a quantified escalation of self-deletion and depression amongst Black men's community. And some of the research is linking Black men's inability to cry, Black men's inability to be openly vulnerable, Black men's inability to be their authentic selves, whatever that looks like for each man, is being linked to the very concerning and extreme escalations around self-deletion for young Black men. So there is a real epidemic amongst Black men as it relates to the cancerous mutation that silence, secrecy, and inauthenticity is doing to Black men's psyche.
Yes, because they're not. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it's really because they're not able to be themselves, and they will get persecuted for being themselves, especially with this internet. Is worse. And I also think that like a lot of those boys, they would benefit instead of looking down like they did in past generations on boys that was raised with single mothers. Go talk to them. They know how to show women compassion, and they still masculine. They'll whoop your ass, but it's boys out here that respect women, and most of them do come from single mothers. My boyfriend came from a single mother, so he got a different level of thinking, just like my son. And they as masculine as anybody else. My son in the Air Force. So yeah, I just think it's because they're not able to be themselves. And luckily, I think these kids got to find they tribe. That's why I kind of like YouTube because I could find people I like and just stick with that.
Your community.
They got to find their tribe. I hope they do because that's sad.
Yeah. Okay. Storm, is there anything that you want to insert there before I get to come for me?
Yeah. I wanted to first say I agree with you. Because I done seen niggas with nails and heels like really knock niggas out. So I mean, people can think the feminine dudes are sweet and something, man. I done seen different. Them be the main one.
I guess you ain't heard the audio of me banging my ex head against a brick wall.
See, I just be trying to tell people because I didn't see. I mean, even when I was in Atlanta, I see men fighting heels. Like it's the whole thing. So they gets down. But of course, a plane is going by now. But I dare say with the older generations, like a lot of them couldn't really be themselves, and I think that's why they were so angry, and I think that's why they couldn't be good husbands and good fathers to a certain degree.
True that. A lot of them got low self-esteem and they won't even get. Oh, like my father recently told me he think he ugly. He's a dark-skinned black male, and he kind of my mom was like the last black woman, like dark, like he just started fetishizing light-skinned women, I should say, in my opinion, afterward. And he told me eventually he thought he was ugly. And it's like, I can only imagine if he was homosexual, the ones that got all those families trying to mask it. That's a lot.
Yeah, we got a lot of issues that we have to deal with as a community. A lot of masking, a lot of low self-esteem. It's a lot of social rejection for one reason or another. It's because you're dark skinned, because you're gay, because you're trans, because you're lesbian, because you like punk rock and wear spiked damn hair. It's just a mess out here. Come for me. What are your thoughts on this topic here? Is Storm straight baiting?
I don't think that Storm is straight bait. I think that a lot of times when you have gay people on YouTube, and that's not disrespecting anybody, if you have people who are of the homosexual, sexual nature, and Storm will give off a certain vibe to them, and then when they feel like he is that, what he's giving off, and then he tells them, "Look, I'm not like that. I'm not trying to get with y'all." They get mad as hell.
They get mad.
And so that's when it starts. All this has begun when all these people, come out the woodwork and said that he's fucking men and in La La Ucha undergrounds, in Mexican undergrounds, and going to Jamaica, fucking
they
niggas
said I
in
was doing sex
Jamaica.
rituals in the DR. Oh my god!
And that's when the lies started. That's when they started camping outside his house, with binoculars, watching him empty his trash and go to Dollar General and do all this weird shit. Is because it is an obsession with his sexuality. That's why it is Love Jones. Because in our community, especially the black community, it has to be labels. Everyone has to have a label for some reason. You can't just be you. You have to be something. You cannot exactly. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Storm saying he's straight, and then Love Jones come into the picture, and then all of a sudden, when they come for him, they come for her, because at the end of the day, they don't want Storm to be straight because he doesn't give straight vibes to them. And Love Jones invalidates all their bullshit, because they can't say this. Now, who this big titted, nice, fine, thick, dark-skinned woman here coming out the woodwork with Storm making out on the channel? Storm is gay, so we gotta attack this hoe. That's what they've been doing.
But can I interject with this too? And I appreciate that. But my thing is, I've told people like what I like, what I'm into, even like the swinging scene, the underground sex scene. A lot of the shit that I've seen, like some shit that you would see on what's that movie with Tom Cruise where they was, damn, I can't even think of it, but the Illuminati-esque type movie or whatever, like
Eyes Wide Shut.
Thank you. I've literally seen shit like that. That shit is real. I say all that to say, like, I tell y'all how I get down and what I've done. So why do they think I'm leaving that little piece out?
Because black women don't respect bisexual men.
You say what?
I don't think black women respect bisexual men. I know we don't date them. I'm guilty as well, but I think that's where the men from.
And also, they want to fuck. That's the simplest fact. They all that's the simplest. That's why dudes keep trying.
They want to make a choice.
Some dick, and they want some ass from Storm, and Storm don't want to give it to them. That's why they mad as hell and keep saying all this different stuff. Because ask yourself.
Because I'm just like, I'm not trying to sleep with my subscribers though. Like, I'm not.
But these not even your subscribers. These are your haters. They hate you because you won't give them no dick. Because ask yourself, what straight man is disconcerted and pressed about another man's dick and where it go?
Another gay man.
Period.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand it. Why is you so fucking concerned? God damn, if you want some nuts in your mouth, just say that.
And if you want storms, just put an address on it.
And a cash out. We don't fuck for free over here.
At all. No, we don't.
We need currency. We need a bills paid. You know what I'm saying? We need a light bill. The light bill due on the 3rd. So what we doing here? What you trying to do?
I think Storm is never going to be able to get to the bottom of the big question why if he does not accept that it's not him, it's them, that it's the projection of the community. And because it's their projection, there ain't nothing he can really understand about that other than that's their projection. It's their ideal of man, their ideal of heterosexual man. And he's trying to understand something about himself in order to understand them when it's all them. And it ain't gonna never be one answer. For some, why they do that is going to be homophobic. For some, why they do that is because he don't fit their traditional ideas of heterosexuality. For others, it's just going to be trolling. It's going to be different for everybody. Their fair share of projecting, but that's really what it is. It's projecting. And see, I'm not shook by men like Storm because I was raised up in a very multicultural environment. So I saw all types of different types of black men. I saw the alternative black boys. I went to school and I was in those alternative circles. I was with the jocks. I was with, I was in every clique. So I've seen all these variations of black maleness. And to me, Storm don't come off as gay. Storm just comes off as a regular person. Now, that may be gay to the black community if you were raised to be around a lot of performative black men who are like overcompensating in their masculinity. They're like performing this hyper masculinity, this thuggy, rough, kick your ass type of masculinity. And if that has
the worst ones.
But I be seeing a lot of them get their ass kicked.
I mean, now being hot don't mean
they be overcompensating.
That's what I'm saying. Like I just seen a lot of thugs get knocked out. Like,
but can I say this, y'all? A few days ago in my town I live in, a dude just got exposed for being gay, but it was already out there. People already knew this man loved a little bit of dick every now and then. But because he portrays himself as this hood gangster NBA young boy type of dude, everybody just was like, well, that can't be true. Yeah, I heard that he gay. He like a little bit of dick and ass every now and then, but we don't believe it. Come out here, come snap. What you said, ma'am?
Go ahead, sweetie. I was reading what he putting on the screen.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. When the Snapchats and screenshots come out, here he is shoving dildos in his ass. Here he is, videos and shit coming out. He like a little bit of dick every night. He is the fucking bottom. So it's like when you're not presented in life, Matt Storm would get on his channel and call people bitches and hoes from the time he starts the channel to the time he ends the live. He would never be seen as anything because that's what they expect. Because in our community, the streets raise a lot of our young men, so they are seen as masculine. Going out, busting people's out of head and stealing their pocketbooks, and that's masculine. Selling drugs is masculine. And Storm gives very much white boy. Does not mean disrespectful. He gives
but
very
I
much
was
white
around
boy.
white kids.
Yeah, so
and
like
it doesn't give. Yeah, go ahead, y'all. I'm not trying to talk over y'all. What you said?
Go ahead, sweetie.
And Storm, I watch you quite a bit too. I'm subscribed to your channel, and the first time that I watched your chat, I mean, yeah, I thought that you were gay too, but it didn't really bother me at all because that's not something that affects me. everyone likes different things, and if that's what you were, that's just what it was. But um, a lot of people might look at your movements and prejudge you, because that's what I did. I had prejudged you,
which is okay. I understand what I put out there, because if I hadn't moved like that shit, I wouldn't even know who I am. But my thing is, what's the problem with that? That's the part. That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, okay, you think I'm gay? Okay, cool. What's the problem?
Because they want to be gay with you.
It's a metabolism thing.
That's the thing, Storm. They want to come be gay with you. They want to come over there. They want to bring the lube. They want to bring their butt plugs. And they want to come over there and just get right on there, get real dirty gay. 90s, 80s gay.
But
now
to be on some real
that's
shit,
what
though,
I think. That's what I think that good evening panel, good evening chat, good evening my beautiful king. But that's what I think that Storm is guilty of. I believe he loves the attention. I believe that he loves the fact that he keeps us guessing. But he's I like the things that he say, things that he do. He's very entertaining. So whatever he does behind his closed doors is nobody's business. And me being a boy's mom, I think it's wrong that our boys, our men, are held at such a higher standard than the women are. You can have women that's out here straight thugging, dressing, looking, walking, acting like a man, but they're quick to say, oh, because she's rough or because she's tough. They won't ever call her a dyke or whatever the terminology of a lesbian is.
Bulldagger.
It won't be so derogatory. But as soon as
a lesbian is fine. I mean,
but as soon as a man's wrist is a little bit too loose, or as soon as he, does something that's out of the way, even if he gets his nails manicured and pedicures and things like that, or keep his hygiene up. Oh, that's considered gay. That's considered, I think that it's wrong, especially when it comes to our men. And that's not right. That's not right at all. So we need to, either be biased across the board or let people be who they are. As long as it's not bothering you, as long as you don't like what Storm represents, then don't watch him. Like at the end of the day, why do you care, if he's gay or not? Like that should not deter you from what he's here giving us. He's entertaining us. And my thing is, I hope. Well, I don't care if he is. I just want him and Love Jones to be a thing because that's my girl. I think they make a dope, a dope couple, and I'm here for that part. But at the end of the day, we have to leave our boys and leave our men alone, because you have them be in a certain way where now they have to overcompensate for the way they dress, the way they act and things like that, and have them not even being themselves. My son, because he didn't dress like a regular, what they considered urban from New York, the Bronx, he was more of a under 3,000 type of dresser. You know what I'm saying? They labeled him. My son got married right now with two kids. Like, so at the end of the day, their perception of what he is did not change who he really is. And that's what I like about Storm, because at the end of the day, keep us guessing. It keeps you relevant, and it keeps your cash trap to chinging. So keep them guessing.
Okay. And now I'm about to get my full thought out. And oh shit, what was I saying?
Dear Lord.
But okay. But if you think about it, back in the day, you being gay wasn't.
I know you fucking lying.
You couldn't really be gay and express yourself.
But we're not talking about back in the day. We're talking about right now, where the men's pants are tighter than the women's pants.
That's where that frame of thinking comes from. It comes
but
from
we're
back
not.
there in the day, and then it's getting brought into the forefront, and then fathers are passing it down to their sons because fathers don't want their sons to be gay. So, and if you actually think about it, it's okay if a woman is bisexual, it's completely okay for them to be that way, but it's not okay for a man to be that way. So it's the
And whose opinion is that?
It's
I
the
don't agree.
mind thing.
Whose opinion is that?
I don't agree.
Can I
I
say
don't agree
something
to
like
that
that?
at all.
It's my
Can I say something
opinion,
like that?
and it's my opinion. It's not y'all's, and I thought that's what we were up here giving our opinion. So you don't
No,
have to agree
but you
with my
started off.
opinion,
You
but
started
I'm
off
still going to say my
you
opinion.
started
And
off
you're
your
Oh my!
constantly
statement.
cutting me off, and I'm going to finish saying what I want to say because you cut me off last time.
I know you fucking
And
lying.
and
You're taking it in the day
and
to say what you're gonna say. Say it.
and Storm, hey, pump your brakes and jump in the next lane.
I know you fucking
Boy,
lying.
bye.
But
You gonna forget. You
but
gonna forget what you're gonna say again.
that's my
You
opinion.
better hurry up and say it before you
And
forget.
Hey, order in the court, everybody.
we
Okay.
all actually want to hear and actually get down to it, y'all have to at least allow someone with a different mentality to bring it y'all way without constantly cutting them off and messing up the train of thought.
I know you
Because
fucking lying.
Y'all, hold on. Hey, like this was going really great when it was just 3. Let's make it great now that it's all of us. So to everybody's point, or to Papa's point, conclude Papa so everybody can rebuttal, because it is an open discussion, so people can disagree and they can speak to your point. But we need to do that one at a time, please. So Papa, please conclude.
Okay, because I have a gay brother, I have a gay sister. And they're what they like to do, it doesn't bother me. And that's how it should be, and that's what these new generations, the new generation is bringing. They're bringing a different type of mindset. So I mean, I'll go ahead and open up the mic so people could rebuttal.
So I know that Honey and Come For Me were about to jump out of their damn seats. So which one of y'all want to respond?
What I would like to say is, for bisexual and lesbian women, it is not okay to a certain extent. It's overly sexualized. That is why it is more accepting in a way for women to be gay or be bisexual, because it's over sexualized. Because automatically when they see a bisexual woman, men is going to assume the immediately threesome. The fathers and mothers of these gay or bisexual women still disown them, still look down on them, still treat them the same way that they would treat their son if they found out the son was gay. They'll still disown them. But because they are gay or bisexual, the world is going to over sexualize. Because, two girls kissing like Boosie would do. The same one that bashed Lil Nas X, that bashed all gay men to hell, is rapping about 2 red bones kissing in the back seat. And that's just why my thoughts on it.
That is a great thought. Come For Me, Honey.
My thoughts on it. It's the same whether it's 2 men, 2 women. What you do is what you do. And when the guy said about back in the day, we're living in a day right now where you're either gonna hold on to your how you felt back in the day, or you're gonna move with the times. You can't pick and choose what you're gonna bring, what you're gonna be relevant with now, or what you're gonna bring back in the times. If a woman, if 2 women, it's okay with you, then it should be the same with 2 men. You should not be able to pick and choose what part of homophobia you want to have. That's not fair. And as a man, a father, the worst thing, the last thing he should be worrying about or being afraid of is his son, especially a black man should be worried about more than his son being gay. There's a whole bunch of other things that he could be worrying about his son being besides gay. So I think that they put too much on, again, our men, our young boys. They force them into being away and acting away and, hiding their feelings, and to the point where they're put in a box, and then they become confused and they don't know which way to turn but to be in the closet or to be secretive with it. And they can't be open. They cannot be open because of back in the days and our family, looking down on them and things like that. Like I said, I had 2 boys. And no matter when they were saying that my son was gay, if that's my son, my daughter, whatever listen, it's like I went to him and I told him, if you're gay, you're gay. You're my son. And even if your father don't agree with it, I can find you a new father. I can't find me a new son.
Damn.
Yes, ma'am. On period.
I know that's
I
right.
got an opinion.
Man.
I got an opinion.
Hold on. I just want to get in here super quick. 60% still thinks you're gay, Storm. I did create a new poll that said, did this live stream change the mind of anyone who thought Storm was initially gay? 75% agree that you're still gay as hell. And one user says, Coco says, yes, the stream has changed my view. I wish I could change my vote. Hearing him speak about his upbringing did it for me. So there is a minority amount of people who said that the stream did change the information that you provided, definitely put a lot of things in context for them. So there's that. Now, to what was just said by Honey, I want to say this, because this is what's interesting, right? Is that I've been on Storm platform, and I've come over there to have the gay discussion. And I know some of the shit from the Storm chasers in the chat is fake as fuck, because when it was time to really make space for the gay people, everybody claimed they ain't got no problem with. Nobody would care if Storm was a part of the same community that a lot of people, when it's time to have the conversation and set aside their biases toward their faves and really deal with humanizing queer people, there's a lot of rambunctious homophobia that is thrown back on the subject itself. I know a lot of people think that they are accepting of homosexuals, but you are not accepting of homosexuals when you do not agree that gay men should be married, or gay women should be married. You are not accepting of queer people if you believe that queer people should not be able to kiss in public like straight folk, if you believe they should not be able to raise children, if you don't believe that they should have the right to be Christian, if you don't believe that they should have a right to visibly show up sexually and sensually, just like they hypersexual straight counterparts do when it comes to singing WAP and pussy popping and then bopping and talking about hoes and clapping ass and running trains, and yet when it comes to queer sexuality, everything needs to be swept under the rug. Queer people need to be demure and have decorum. Inside of all of that is what I call covert homophobia. No, you're not the homophobe that says the F word. No, you're not the homophobe or transphobe that says the T word, or that would run a trans person or a queer person over. But don't think because you're not outside wearing your homophobia on your sleeve. Don't think because you got a more quiet, more covert, more soft, demure homophobia that is not homophobia, because it is homophobia.
Yep.
If you don't want your kids to be around gay people, all that shit is homophobic. If you scared of queer curriculum, you scared of them, like all of that is covert homophobia. So I need us to get out of this idea that because you're not endangering nobody's lives, or you're not all out disrespecting someone directly, that you aren't being homophobic. Because a lot of y'all won't hurt queer people directly, but y'all have homophobic politics. Y'all have transphobic politics. It's in your worldview. It's in your political worldview, and y'all need to examine that and explore the reality of that as well. I want to get to our girl.
And add a comment after that, Conscious.
I'm okay. You can spit that song. Go ahead.
Well, I was just actually sitting here thinking, and I don't know if I want to fuck y'all head over with this too, but
go ahead, child.
Speaking of gay, let me ask y'all this. The majority of heterosexual men, you would say they watch pornography, correct?
Yes.
Right?
You know they do. Shit.
Okay. So in watching that, it's a man and a woman, but you're still watching a man and a woman. Is there any part of that that is gay, homoerotic, or anything? I'm just asking.
Oh, can I please answer that?
Because you're still watching a man. You can't say I only look at half the screen. That's not possible.
I'll tell you why they can't say that. I'm gonna tell you why they can't say that. Because if that's what the psychology is, every time a man go to beat his dick, he's being a homosexual. Every time a man goes to self-pleasure, because what he's self-pleasuring is a male's body, not a woman's body, when he's masturbating. So if we don't constitute men self-pleasuring as them being gay, when you sitting there jacking a dick, even though it's your own, it's still a dick you jacking. It's still a male's nipples you rubbing on to stimulate yourself. It's still a man's genitals and body you indulging in when you getting your rocks off.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That's not true, Conscious. That's not true. That's not
Let's
true.
talk
Oh
about
my.
it.
I mean, if the men not there,
Let me say one thing first. Can I say one thing now? Can I say one thing?
Hold
Can I
on.
say one thing first?
When
I just
you
want to say, homebody, I love you. I love you, sister. Yeah. I just want to say, homebody, I love her.
Do we all agree with the basic science that if you are self-pleasuring, you are self-pleasuring the body of your sex?
I agree.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
That's how y'all look at that?
Okay. So either
As
everybody is
that's how y'all
on the
look at
man.
that? No,
So either hold on, wait, because I want to break this really up. So either
y'all gotta break this shit down for me, y'all. Break this shit down, y'all.
I'm finna do it. Okay, then. So because it's called self-pleasure, it's masturbating. So this is self. This ain't don't involve nobody else. So either that makes most people, if you are a practitioner of self-pleasure, it means everybody is on the spectrum and everybody has been on the spectrum without knowing it. Just because they don't see it that way, don't mean they ain't got no experience with homosexuality if you've been in the business of self-pleasuring, because you definitely have experience in homosexuality if you or we got to get real nuance, which is okay to do.
Wow. That's a wild one. That's out the box, y'all.
I'm trying to make sure that I have a clear thought so y'all can
That's
have a
out the
full
box,
range.
bro, because
Hold on. I'm not finished breaking it down. I'm almost to the end. We can either accept that as homosexual, because that's to Storm's plight. Oh, if a man is watching porn and it's a man and a woman and you got to watch the man too, is it being gay? I make an argument that no, per se, because just like we can self-pleasure and we don't consider it being homo just because we pleasure in the body of the same sex, or we can also entertain the idea that we compartmentalize as human beings. So a man can watch a heterosexual pornography, but if he's attracted to women, he's obviously not getting turned up by the man's peen. He's more so living vicariously through that man in that scene.
He still needs the peen there. He still needs the peen there to get off.
Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hold on. It doesn't matter if, of course, it needs to be.
I ain't never heard no shit like this.
Of course, it needs to be a man there because he needs a man to live vicariously through. It's a fantasy, just like a woman. If she is horny and she's feeding dick and she turns on a porn, she's gonna want to probably watch a woman get her brain fucked out because she's living vicariously through that woman. She ain't turned on by the woman. She turned on by what's happening to the woman. So if a man is watching a porn, he's turned on by what the man is doing to the woman, not turned on by the man himself.
Right.
Exactly. Nothing about that woman. Yeah, none about that woman excites me. So I can't agree with that. But
Well, I
Does
think
anybody
that's a
else here
spectrum.
agree, or does anybody want to
No,
entertain the opposite?
no. I
No.
think
No,
I
I
that's
don't
a
agree.
agree with
When
total
that.
you're ready, I want to
spectrum.
make my statement.
I don't agree.
Huh? Who's speaking?
Who's going? I
If
go.
it's okay, I'll go. I haven't gone yet.
Go
Who
ahead.
are you?
Who's
Can I know
speaking?
who you are? What's your name?
Hey everybody, I'm Oya.
Hey, Oya.
It's
Okay,
so
I've
good
seen
to
you
be here.
before.
I'll be watching UCTV. I'm a little bit nervous. I do watch Storm as well.
Hey.
And as a woman who openly lives her truth, as I went from lesbian to bi, now I'm more pan queer, if you will. I'm trans woman and male attracted. I do openly date pansexual men, queer men, bi men, things like that. And I do also do lifestyle stuff and go to the dungeons and all these things, right? Like I do
Yeah,
these things,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Girl, you
So
spicy.
I am
now we
spicy as hell.
talking.
So so as
Here y'all
someone who
go. Here y'all go.
I'm grown, I'm 44, you know what I'm saying? I'm a grown
Salute to
up,
that.
so I do all this stuff consensually. When men approach me to date me or whatever or talk to me of interest, one of the questions I ask is, do you suck dick? I ask that within the
Period.
first 5. If you
Oh, I know
show
you
me interest,
talking
like you
live.
want to date me, you want to take me on a date, I need to know for 2 reasons. I need to know what you're into, because that helps me, since I don't really date heterosexual men. A heterosexual man is not for me, because the things I'm gonna want him to do and engage in, he's going to be uncomfortable. Now I say that to say what CTV was just to tap it, because that's my statement as I was listening, and this is not an attack, but just listening to the conversation. I have this statement for heterosexual men, like you see a guy who's wearing nail polish, switching, wig, whatever, or he talks with a certain inflection, and you say, oh, that's gay. I don't even know how these niggas can do that shit, get up each other's booty. So right there, I'm looking at this man who says he is heterosexual. You are empathizing. You are putting yourself in the position. You are literally looking at this man and starting to, in your mind, I don't know if empathy is the right word, but you're starting to literally think and entertain the idea of either being penetrating a man. To me, that's gay. That's on the spectrum of,
Fantasizing. That's the word.
right.
Fantasize.
Even if it's not a fantasy that makes you feel good, like you saying, oh, I don't like that. Do a lot of heterosexual men don't know that there are gay men who do not want to be penetrated? To them, that's ill. They don't like that. They don't want that, but they are very gay.
Yep.
So when you're saying, oh, it's the penetration, that's a homosexual act. The gay part is the part where I'm gonna love another man. I'm gonna be close to him. We're gonna have a family. So what we're talking about is, I have to tell them, so you're not in a homosexual activity. You know what I'm saying? Say it like that. Don't be like you're not into the gay shit, because to say you're not into the gay shit and think about the gay shit means you're kind of gay. Just say the homosexual act is scary to you. Just say the homosexual act seems a little bit different. But to put the label that the gay man or the gay thing, it's making you, I don't know if heterosexual men realize that some of us who are a little bit more open and have and we
How
read
gay
and we know
are?
about historical context of sexuality in the Black community. So we are not, that's why I watch Storm. He's progressive. I can watch a Black man who talks about sexuality in a way, talks about life in a way where he's not having to fulfill these male check marks of masculinity. I keep hearing the word masculinity and femininity being thrown around. Everybody contain both. Some men's feminine energy is expressed in how clean they keep their house, how well they take care of their dogs, how they show up for their homeboys at the job, and they have a certain sense of community and family. Some men, it shows up as simple as they inflect a certain way because they was raised by their grandma, their mama, and their aunties. Women, the same thing. My masculinity shows up. I don't shave nothing if I don't have to. I'm not doing all that. Either you like a bear or you don't. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness.
That's my essence of masculinity. So my thing is, as a Black community, I think we need more education. And we need to accept, like me as a gay person growing up, I'm not gonna lie, when Lil Nas X came out, I was so mad. I was like, this is that programming shit. This is horrible. And after I journaled, I had to journal about it because I had really hot feelings. And I'm like, this is not your age group. This is not even about you. And what I realized is I was jealous because I, as a gay person, could not be out and about when I was a teenager or a young person without being redlined. Or so there's even that for some of us who are still in the closet, out the closet, curious, and you seeing what we call the programming. But I think it's just the world is just kind of waking up to certain things, and we're gonna change, we're gonna evolve. At one point, it was customary for men to wear makeup, heels, and wigs. Men created that.
That wasn't a woman's thing. That was a man thing. It was very masculine if you had the mole, the wig, the powdered face, and heels. And then even if people say that's European, in the Black community, in African communities, there are many tribes who the masculine coming onto of age deals with them, for lack of a better word, playing with each other's peepees. Okay, like let's just keep it. I think we just need to get more educated, and we need to stop being a slave to what we are afraid of. And I think I would love to see a community where Black men could actually, just like women, say, "Oh, I had a little gay thing happen in college." I look forward to when Black men can say, "Yeah, I sucked a little dick in college. I realized it wasn't for me, so I tried it."
I like a little dick every now and again.
You get what I'm saying?
Because
can I say something about that?
Yes, because I was going to
land my plane with that. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna drop down so I can be in the chat.
Thank you so much,
spiritual in the chat, and I'll see y'all there.
Thank you so much, baby. Okay, Mo, because I was going to ask your homophobic ass, why don't you date bisexual men?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I was going to say, okay, first of all, I think what's crushing all of it is the titles. But the issues I had, I don't just have an issue with bisexual men, it's the women too. And actually, I would prefer them to just deal with one at a time. I don't know. I don't care which one it is. I have a problem with greedy people. That's what I have a problem with. So if I rumors had put in a thing, we all could have messed with a dude who had a fling with a dude and never know. Long as you're not doing that now. Well, shit, hey, I ain't messing with him no more. But long as you're not doing that now, I really don't see nothing wrong with it. Like, I have a little sister, she's pansexual, and I had to learn what that was, and it kind of tripped me out. So I'm like, it could be anything. She's like, yeah. I said, okay, I'll get that. But it's still one at a time. See, a lot of bi people come off as greedy. And then the only other issue I have in the community, like I'm not homophobic. I can't believe you said that. But I wish people would let the labels go so we could get rid of the DL stuff. That's the only thing I don't care about.
Okay, because I agree. We have a DL issue, which is a heterosexual issue, because heterosexuals created all that goddamn fear mongering. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and accountability that the heterosexual community has to do in terms of creating the DL community. But secondly, I will say that while we do have to get rid of, all of the labels, it really won't. We also got to get rid of our misunderstandings, right, Mo? Because you have a stereotype about bisexual people that's not true. Like, I see why it's easy to make the conflation between promiscuity and bisexuality, because these people like both.
Okay, well, let me say something, because that's why I said I started what I think is a spectrum. Like y'all was saying, people that pleasure themselves, just like that tweet song, you find some sort of attraction to yourself to be able to masturbate. So that's why I think it's a spectrum, because I'm considered a heterosexual woman, but I will watch lesbian porn, and I don't want to touch a woman. And I equate that to women that go to the strip club with their men. So I just think it's a spectrum, because I think bodies could be beautiful without me wanting to be physical with it.
But just like a person can be bisexual and be monogamous, like bisexuality and whore are not synonymous.
They're not. In my country, they is. In my community. Because a lot of the girls, let me say something. A lot of the girls where I come from, somebody got an echo.
Yeah, I need to ask everybody on the panel, if you're not speaking, please mute. It's like static and an echo coming from somebody's device.
I was going to just say, a lot of the girls where I'm from, they don't be genuinely gay. A lot of these bras they ran through all the little boys, they ran through the older men, and then they turn to the girls because the dudes don't want to mess with them. And now they studs. See, that's a lot of it be a lot of confused people too. I don't know if they confused or they just run it, because like I said, a lot of girls I know, they were promiscuous with men, and now they only mess with women. So I don't get that.
But I wanna tell you this too. I wanna say first off, I even masturbate to my own porn. So like, I get what you're saying.
Oh my goodness!
You see what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying. I love to record myself. I love this shit. So that might be a whole nother. I don't even know what you call that. Right? But
exhibitionist.
Okay, fair enough. But what I will say too is I'm letting y'all know I didn't been in these sex clubs. I didn't been out here, man. And these men at the end of the day, when they get horny enough, they'll let anybody suck their dick. I'm just letting you know.
And do.
So even when
I'm
y'all
trying
think like,
to.
even if you ask him, oh, you gay? He say, no, I ain't gay. He don't necessarily consider a man sucking his dick is gay because he sucked my dick. You see what I'm saying? Like the shit men do when they get horny, it would surprise a lot of y'all, or maybe it wouldn't.
Nope.
It surprised me.
Can I ask something right
But
fast?
could you ever
tell
get
y'all
horny
that.
to the point where you would let a man suck your dick?
You said what
Oh
now?
shit.
Mm.
You just put a reverse Uno. Have you ever been so horny or could get so horny that you would let a man suck your dick?
Absolutely not. Now ask me, have I been asked? Several times. Several times. You know how many niggas in my emails and DMs say I'll sign an NDA, just let me eat that shit up. Another nigga talking about I know them hoes ain't sucking their dick correctly. I'll swallow that shit.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe that's why Storm goes so hard. He's sick of them dudes hopping in his inbox.
I'm
What
not even I'm not
what
even tripping off that. But I'm
what the
talking
hell
about
you got going on in your inbox, Storm?
hold on.
You
I'm gonna
got a
tell you.
freak off.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I done had women send me pictures of themselves, of course, nude, scissors in they pussy. I done had men
What
and
the hell?
women.
Who the fuck shoved a scissor in
Scissors.
their ass? Some pussy.
Yes. I done had men and women asked to do foot worship, so they want me to step on them for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They've offered to pay. Like, y'all don't know what people be into.
Sound like a bunch of
That's
back
why
page
people
stuff.
believe, and that's why people believe you done did all of it, baby. You ain't turning down no damn chick, Chad, coming over here acting conservative.
I'll never forget.
Storm, can you post the screenshot of the DMs on your YouTube and just blur out the username? I just want to see what they say.
Oh my God.
Now you got me interested.
And I do want to add this before the point it gets too far away in terms of the whole like some men will be compartmentalized in their sexuality. I think that's a separate thing from sexuality. Like, I think you can have an attraction to the same sex, right? Or you can have an attraction to both sexes or the opposite sex. And I think that there's a class of people who are attracted to sexual acts. Like, if a person is like really into head, they might love head so much that they would compromise in terms of who the head. They might have less discretion about who the head comes from if they're really into head. So you got men who will, like, because they into getting their dick sucked, will literally allow men to suck their dick and still identify as straight. Just like you got a lot of women who are into head and will allow a woman to eat their pussy and still identify as straight. They're not into women as a whole, but they are into getting a pussy ate and getting it ate well. Or a man is into getting his dick sucked or getting his dick sucked well. So I do think that there are people that can have sexual experiences with the same sex, but it's not about being attracted to the same sex per se. I think that sexuality and sexualness is a very complex thing. It's not as black and white, which is why it also so complicated. It sounds so complicated because it's on a massive, complicated spectrum that is very, very, very nuanced. Very nuanced.
But I'm just trying to let them know, like, I have seen things, you know. So it's just like people be thinking they know, which I don't. Once again, I'm not tripping off that. I just want us to get past the homophobia. I am officially aligning myself as an LGBTQIA2+ ally. Oh yeah, I am.
Can I ask y'all this
Storm,
question?
you know
I
what?
want to get your thoughts. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to say, when I first started watching your show, I'm late and I don't even really want to give an introduction at this point. I just want to get my point across.
Yes.
That we love the plot. Like, your show is like a telenovela at this point. Like, you know, even if you say, no, I'm not gay, like, we can't help it. We don't want it to end. We're like,
I
but
know.
is he? He's not. But is he?
Yep.
You know, he licked his lips a little, real scrumptious. Maybe he likes pussy. Nah, his voice is doing a little, you know, sounding a little gay. Maybe he likes pussy. You know, we can't help it.
I fear she's right. I
That's
think she's
okay
right.
though. That's
Yeah, we
okay.
live for the plot.
Yep, y'all live for the drama. Y'all live for the drama.
Yes, for the drama, baby. We love it all.
So let me ask y'all this.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with someone the other night, and I want to get you guys' opinion on it. So in the gay community, you have, like I said, the war between the homophobes and the DLs and the actual gay men that are out. How do y'all feel about gay men who complain about the stereotypical jocks or the wannabe thugs and gangsters openly in public, trashing them, saying how they're going to hell, they'll have AIDS, the package and all this other stuff, but in privately, those same DLs that's trashing the gay men are in their inbox trying to smash them. And majority of the time, those gay men, after they get bullied by those men, still allow themselves to lay down with the same people who are openly bullying them in public. Do y'all think that that's, contradictory, or do y'all feel like,
Of course it's contradictory. I mean, it's
okay.
blatant, it's blatantly hypocritical. I mean, absolutely.
Right.
At the very least.
But on which side? Do you feel like the DL side, or you feel like on the openly gay men side for going laying down with the same man who is openly on social media whenever they see you in public trashing you? I mean, they dropping the F-bomb hard.
Both.
It's both,
Okay.
yeah.
Both.
But
I
they
got a
like that
friend.
shit.
I asked him that. I asked him bluntly, why? How can you mess with DL dudes and they won't take you in public? He said they pay him to keep quiet and he like it like that. So what you gonna do?
Also, they threaten to unalive you.
And they
Yeah.
get turned on by that. I just saw a video where a gay dude, I'm assuming he was a bottom, but he was saying that his top put a motherfucking gun in his head when he was giving him back shots, and that shit turned him on.
Oh hell no.
Oh my fucking goodness.
And he said his top was giving it to him and was like, "I'll fucking kill you, nigga, if you tell anybody." And he said his bussy came and claimed.
See, this why they be saying you be real comfortable. Or you so quick to tell these people about the pussy, they be confused.
I studied sexuality in school, so I actually understand. Like it's nothing to me. But
right.
What I have a harder part of understanding is, and then even in my own family, is I have a brother. He's my adopted brother, but he just came out to me that he's pansexual. He explained to me what it was because I was not, educated in what it was, and of course, he's still my little brother. When he comes to me as my little brother, he's my brother. When he's my little sister, he's my little sister. I love him however he is. But what I don't understand is I have sisters that a couple of people on the panel has used the term back in the day. Back in the day, she was a lesbian. And she despises my little brother. She doesn't, don't come over here with that gay shit. Like, do you not remember when you used to be gay? So I don't understand why people that hate so much or have so much homophobia in them are the same ones that most of them, they have dibbled and dabbled in, homosexuality. And then she has like 5 kids. And then she jumped back and forth from being, so I can understand DL more than I can somebody that was a lesbian and then have a kid and then went back to a lesbian, then had 2 kids. And that I don't understand.
So I just want to say this. Well, it's a few things that was said. One thing is, even though like gay people, the LGBTQ folk are the phenomenon itself, it also doesn't always mean that they are the most educated about themselves as it relates to even like using the proper identification. So you have a lot of lesbians, right, who really aren't lesbians. They actually are bisexual, but it's just that they have maybe 90% attraction to women. And so they predominantly live from that and still have an attraction to men. That may be where their babies come from. That may be the men they've been with here and there. So you do have like gay people identifying as gay who actually are bisexual, but they will just go ahead and round it up to just identifying as gay or identifying as lesbian because they predominantly deal with the same sex. So if you see somebody so-called like flip-flopping in and out, regardless of them saying they're gay, they are bisexual, despite how they are self-identifying. Something else I want to go back to, and then everybody else can also like chime in on all of this. In terms of the DL trade that was blowing out old boy's bussy hole with a gun to his damn head, that's interesting to me because even though like sadomasochism exists and people are into being like dominated, and that is like a genre of sex and sexual play and fetish. It's interesting though when it comes to that particular scenario because I can understand why gay men deal with trade or download. It really is a trauma bond. Most gay men have been emotionally and mentally abused by other men that had intimate access to them in terms of like mental, emotional intimacy, whether it was the pastor who they stayed up under their whole life, who preached against gay folk, whether it was their father who they loved and lived up under the roof of, but who was homophobic, bashed gay people, judged the fuck out of them, their uncles, their grandfathers. And so when you don't learn that that behavior is completely unacceptable, what almost happens is like a form of Stockholm syndrome, where you almost learn to live alongside your abuser and live alongside your oppressor without completely seeing them as that. You still can make space and may even out of trauma have to revisit that trauma in that way because trauma has to show up. And trauma is going to show up as something, whether it shows up in your sexual behavior, whether it shows up in the things that arouse you. Like trauma can be sexual, it can be an ideology, it can be emotionally. Like trauma has it's very unique in terms of how it can adapt or it can find these nooks and crevices in your being to hide in and to show up as yourself in. And then you think you're just operating out of like, oh, I'm just a free person. I'm just a very liberated person. I'm just a very whatever person. Or this is just kind of what makes me TikTok, when your TikTok is out of abuse. The thing that you don't even realize that even some of the things you turn on by is birthed out of your trauma. Abuse. And so when we were talking, somebody said earlier that I think it was Anya or Oya, who said that education, like because we not formally educated on psychology, human psychology, we don't have a formal education in sexology. We don't even understand how to even conceptualize or even contextualize, I should say, contextualize our behaviors. We're just walking around as a bunch of people who think that like, oh, this is us. Like, this is us, or this is just what I like. And you are informed by that. Now, what I'm not saying is that trauma can't produce orientation. But what trauma can do is take whatever your natural orientation is, whether it's straight, gay, or bisexual, and it can mutate it. So you can have mutations in your bisexuality. You can have mutations in your heterosexuality. You can have mutations in your homosexuality. Trauma is not going to create your sexuality, but it will hijack your sexuality. It will damage your sexuality, and it'll have perversions and or have it would just show up as a trauma play under the guise of sexual fetish.
I like that you said that, and I do want to clarify in the chat. No, it was not a prop gun. It was a real gun, and yes, he even said it was loaded. Yes. Yes.
That's sad. That's really sad.
So with that being said, I do have a question because everyone has talked about being educated on it and everything. So my question is, um, do y'all think that it should be taught in school, in elementary?
No, I don't think kids should be sexualized.
Exactly. Or what should be taught? Pow pow.
The education as far as hetero and like um homosexuals and heterosexuals and transgenders and along those lines.
In the words of Janet Jackson. In the words of Janet Jackson. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, baby. Who want to jump in and answer that?
I do.
Well, I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think children are very susceptible, especially in like those rudimentary learning stages. So I think if you're like throwing those, and especially our emotions as children, like we're sponges, and they're starting to understand what it is that they like, who like what they see, and that sort of thing. So I think if you're just to like throw those terms at them, they might just cling to. I don't know. I think they could cling to it too early. But at the same time, if you try to like demonize sexuality, then that's when people, begin to be afraid of what it is that they might be attracted to or interested in.
Okay. Anybody else want to answer?
I'm gonna say maybe high school because I think kids should. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say high school too.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, maybe high school. I
Even though
get it.
y'all know that these kids are hunching and playing high go get it, and they touching their cousins and curious about their bodies at very young ages, very non-high school ages, y'all still think high school is when formal education should set in?
Yeah,
Oh, if
because
all that happening, they got too much time on their hands. God
you know
damn,
Baby,
where
what?
they be?
sometimes
At?
you got
Yeah,
a lot of time, baby.
Where they be?
But I tried to have sex at the age of 8 with a
That's what I'm
13-year-old
saying.
girl. So
We were
Exactly.
playing high go get it at 8, 9, 10. Like
and I
we
I
were
remember
hunching
she
on the
said
side of
and I
buildings and
remember
all.
and I remember she said, "You want to stick your dick in my pussy?" And I remember trying to. I
That's
don't
a lot,
remember
baby.
if I penetrated her,
That's a whole lot. Baby.
but yeah.
But Storm, so for instance, let's say a boy, when you're 8 years old, came to you as an 8-year-old or whatever, maybe he could be like 9, 10 or whatever. And he, was like, oh, look at my dick. And you don't really know, exactly what to think about that or what's going on. And the next thing you know, someone's like, oh, homosexuality is when two boys look at each other's dicks. Now you have that term in your head and now you're confused. You're wondering like, oh shit, does that make me gay? And then that's where the whole, torment of it all comes from. You don't know what to think and it's a whole new phrase, like a whole new term, and
Well,
just attaching things too early.
Well, I'll add too, because I thought that was a really good question one of the panelists asked. Like, do you think it should be taught in school? And so I think that, like, I think that what's being taught in school is, like, I feel like they're making space and making people or kids, kids feel more comfortable being different or homosexual. But I don't think what they're teaching is kids. I don't think what they're teaching is what kids should do when they're touched. You know what I mean? And so if they were teaching that, I mean, I have no problem with them teaching or leaving space for kids to be gay or homosexual in school. I think someone on the panel said maybe it should start in high school. I agree it should start in high school. But I feel like what's also wrong is with the regimen and the information that they're putting out to kids. I feel like they're saying it's okay to be gay and homosexual, but they're not teaching kids what to do if they're touched by a man or touched by a woman or touched and they feel a certain way. And there's not enough put into schools about that. And then let me add this, because CTV, you were saying earlier about trauma. Let me tell you, over the years, because I'm 38, and I'll tell you about 2 friends I've met, like just over the years. One is a gay man and one is a gay woman. And when you were saying some of it is related to trauma, like it can direct you to being homosexual.
No. I was saying the opposite. Yeah. I was saying that a trauma does not create sexuality, but it can perverse it and damage it. But it doesn't.
Right. Yeah. It does not create it. Right. Exactly. It does not create it. It can damage it. I remember hearing from one of my friends over the years who was a lesbian, and she was just sharing how she was in her 50s, and she was just sharing how you know, she's fine being a lesbian, and she loves women. And then when I remember one night we got into a conversation, and I asked her like, you know, were you always a lesbian and stuff? Because we were friends where like we just have conversations. She asked me about my life, I asked her about hers. And she shared with me that she's like, you know, she's like, I feel like I kind of became a lesbian because I'm scared of men. And like, you know, she told me like things that happened to her, and she's like, so I feel like kind of dating women was safer. And so it felt, you know, when I started dating women, I just felt more comfortable there. And then I remember asking my other or having a conversation with my gay male friend, and again, another friend, we just talk about each other's lives. And the conversation went to our like lives, and I asked or he shared why he was or how he became gay. And I think we were talking about in the panel why how come, I think someone asked why is it that some men who know that they're with straight men who feel or who belittle them, or who are like the athletes and, you know, want to kind of keep them in the closet, why would they sleep or hook up with them? And one of my gay friends, he said that for him, his experience just with his father and male figures in his life, he felt like when he's with men, gay men who dominate him, that it makes him feel like he's still a man, and it reminds him that he still is. And so he likes that masculine energy. So I don't know if anyone has heard things like that from gay men and gay women, like maybe it wasn't a straight road, but due to trauma, it just happened to be that way and they're okay with it. I don't know if anyone has ever heard that before, but I just wanted to bring it up because it's interesting that all of these conversations are coming up.
I've heard of that before, but I've heard of it from men that I've dated that were in the military. And there was something about being around other men who were just as masculine, lifting the weights, and then somebody pops their dick out, and you know, it turns into a party. And he told me like it makes him feel super man-like because it's the men doing what the men do, and so to me, there's just the sexuality of men that if they're comfortable expressing that with each other, again, I could see it, but he did not consider it gay. He could accept when I broke it down about the homosexuality versus gay. He could accept, okay, I did some homosexual acts, but he was like, you know, he couldn't accept the gay part. And I thought that was weird because I'm like, you're in the military where your job is to literally save your brother. So that's the most gayest thing ever in a certain kind of way to me. But he would not allow the gay label. He could accept that there was some homosexuality going on, but not the label.
Yeah.
But you know, hold on. I don't want to add this super quick. And this is what I mean by we need a very deep education, because what a lot of people don't know, with men having more testosterone than women who has the estrogen, testosterone itself is actually linked to like mate competition. So even sizing up other men's dicks, even all of that, like kind of like homoeroticism, is actually linked to heightened testosterone levels.
Yes.
Wait, because hold up, because throw this in there too, right? even look at bodybuilding. It's of course a male dominated field, but it's literally men judging other men's bodies.
Yes.
Is that not homoerotic to a certain degree? Even in the workout community, the fitness community, it's usually men that give you compliments on your body before another woman will.
Yep.
I
I
think
did
as
want to touch on the
humans,
school thing. As my bad, go ahead. We can finish this part.
sorry about that. Yeah, I think as humans, it's important to know or understand that we should be able to look at our fellow man and woman and see the beauty in them because we are a reflection of ourselves. If I'm beautiful, another woman is also beautiful. If I'm beautiful, a man is also beautiful, you know? But I think it's a matter of your emotions, like where that leads you.
Right.
Well, I
let me
have a
ask
friend that
y'all
was trauma
something.
into lesbianism.
Let me ask y'all something. I don't know why this popped in my head, but do y'all think that the reason some straight or down low men feel uncomfortable with gay men is because penetration? Because as women, like if we hook up with women and, you know, if we're drunk and we're on vacation or whatever and we kiss a girl or whatever, we can't penetrate each other. So do you guys think that with men, the fear or the awkwardness or uncomfortability is because men can penetrate men? Is that why men are always like, no, I'm not gay, because they know that man can penetrate them? I'm just wondering.
I'm
I
gonna be
kind of get what
honest.
I kind of get what you're saying.
Hold on, say this. If y'all really want, like, the answer for why, almost like a universal answer to why humans in general just nuck and buck against most things, is all the same, and it's for one reason only, and it's because it's about what other people think. If we live
Say
in a
that.
society where all the social equity was removed from all the shit that we stigmatize, there would be nobody bucking against a goddamn thing. Which means
That
that most people are pick niches because we are deeply invested in what other people think about us. And because other people are going out of their way to judge the living fuck out of what other people do, other people buck and cave and conceal parts of themselves, or feel guilty about certain parts of themselves, or hide certain parts of themselves, or, you know, react in the ways that they do. And it's all rooted in pick Misha. It's all rooted in making sure that you stay close to the status quo. So if penetration is an issue, or if men, because look, this apparently is why a lot of women don't really like to date bisexual men, is because it really conflicts with their view of masculinity of that man. Even if that man is masculine presenting, to know that he's been with men implies that he's been in a feminine position. He's sucked dick, he's been on his knees, he's been buck broken, he's been fucked in his ass. This can conflict with a person's internal perception and ideal of masculinity, on top of the fact that a lot of women just don't also want to quote unquote compete with the opposite sex because they got enough shit to put up with when it comes to the culture.
say that.
True that.
I think that's what's really going on
yeah.
TV.
Too much. Too much.
Too much.
It's too
Much
much, you know. But I mean, as someone who does date bisexual men, and I have even told my gay friends, like male friends, like, if you want a baby, let me know. If you need a beard, let me know. I'm just that kind of
Oh, wow.
I offered a baby, so
I'm
I'm
just
just
her,
friends
you
too.
know. I'm just her.
Do
like
not
I
knock
said,
that. Go ahead.
we all people, and we all have certain needs of community and certain things
protect
like
her,
that.
baby. Protect or your
Protect
all
her.
costs, baby.
Oh no, you definitely right. But you know the thing, you know what it is though, when with me being the way I am, I scare away a lot of those guys. So we have a lot of conversations, but when it gets down to the act, most of the time for me, I just love being there for men who need to have a safe space to talk about who they actually are. And most of the time it never gets to a relationship or any type of sexuality. And the ones that I have had those intimate relationships with became like my man. And then when it was no longer feasible for them to be my man, I sent them into the world, and I would say to them, especially if I was the one that turned them out on some stuff, I'd be like, be careful with this. You got a new little sensation in you now. Don't go out in the world and engage in things that, you know, because I don't opened you up to something. So explore that safely. Buy you extra condoms. Be wise who you hang out with, because that's community. And that's why I want to talk about the education thing. I do think elementary school is too young to teach it in an organized way. However, I think we forget. I used to be in the education system. I think we forget that the educators in the school come from our communities. So if you have a child that, I think it should be something part of the training, because I saw it when I was an educator, you could see little signs of kids having either someone is tampering with them, or they may be trying to explore certain things. When you go in the boys' bathroom to see what's keeping them so long, and you see 2 little boys in the same stall, and that's elementary school, you just have to say, come on out here. But if we had a more open community, me as an educator, there should be a system in place to say, hey, just like we have the inclusion classes for children from other countries, and you know, if you're on the ISP list, whatever, people with learning disabilities, there should be some type of support within the community, that I should feel safe enough as your child's educator to come to you and say as a parent, hey, I noticed some behaviors. We have a guidance counselor that's not going to indoctrinate or tell them no, just to explore and have someone to talk to. And then I think formally it should be taught in middle school as a part of sex ed with the parents' consent. But again, I hate that it has to have a parent's consent, but that would be best to give people, you know, consent. However, I think it's weird to ask for consent when your children are doing the acts already in the school, and we just want to be able to keep everyone safe.
Not my son.
I gotta say, mine either.
I'm Christian. That don't go against my religion. I ain't going for that in my house.
Meanwhile,
excuse me.
And this is what I don't understand. And that's why I feel like I really don't know what the middle ground is going to be between the education system and parents, because parents want like full autonomy, and they want the ability to sometimes participate in things that it may be well intended, but that really are in fact abusive, and that are going to cause some psychological issues if they insist upon being in denial, if they insist upon even being unaffirming, or if they even insist upon being over affirming. Like we have a trans
that too.
Going on. Yeah, we got a trans thing going on right now where maybe, you know, it's just the pendulum be to one extreme to the other, and we, you know, what does that look like? Because everybody here is grown. Like what?
I don't know what
like
it looks
if y'all came, because when we think about, and not that I even want to really empathize or even want to give right, but just in being fair to the plight, what we all have to do in order to like think about what anti-queer parents, non-accepting parents, non-affirming parents, parents who I ain't doing none of that shit, I ain't accepting none of that shit as parents. We got to think about for ourselves, okay, even if for us the issue is not homosexuality, what if the issue was close to home for us? Do we still want autonomy as parents to insist upon? I mean, like, do we still want the autonomy as parents in order to regulate how we think things should be regulated based upon our culture, based upon our belief system? Or are we all willing to, I mean, like, you know, like, how do you create the like objectivity? Because if anti-queer parents are going to be forced to be with the shits because it's against the law, or because whatever, or because your children, then what happens if also your child, enough kids go to school and say that they're sick of Christianity, they're sick of their religion, they're sick of any of these so-called like indoctrinating systems, like, and what if provisions and legislations are put in place in order to like basically it'd be like the system doing the raising, not even. So where do we create like where does the line, like how do you convince people that look, because if you got people who really believe this shit is wrong, they're not only not letting their kids quote unquote be this way because it's just about, you know, not being this way, but not being that way is a part of a bigger picture for a lot of people. It's connected to salvation. It's connected to them, you know, like they
making it into heaven.
It's so salvation. I don't want my child to go to hell. I'm not going to participate in nothing that I believe will send them to hell, that will put them on the wrong side of God. Like it's all tethered into this deep ideology that is cultural, is generational, and now in a space where queer people, are, on top of the surface from out of the sewers, and enough queer people are ending up abused as hell and are, running to a system to be saved, and now the system is having to respond to this issue, and it's still a lot of like contention between both the system and parents. So I mean, how do we resolve that? How?
I don't think
Just
we
love
do
your
resolve it.
kid.
I don't think we can resolve it in the way like we can sit down and have like a plan about it. I think this is what revolution and evolution is about. Just like it took us some time to get exactly where we're at now, to meet the ideals of an ever-changing society, and as humanity, as we are evolving and growing and having come more on board to what it even means to be a human being. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's one of those things like, I'm just gonna be the change that I want to see, because that's the only control I have. And like you said, I ally when and where I can, where it's safe for me and the person I'm allying for real. And that's all I can really do. I have to be the change that I want to see, and that's where I move from personally.
I'm I'm a little unsure about the school age thing, because personally, my grandson came home from school one day, and normally his father hugs him and kisses him, and this particular day his father went to go and kiss him, and at the time he was 4 going on 5, he turns to his father and tells him, "No, Dad, that's gay."
Oh,
Of
school
course,
day.
That's the effect
I
of your
went to the
child going to school with
That's
children who
from
are being
school.
raised by
I
homophobic
I
parents.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the no, it was something that was told. Of course, when I went there to advocate for my son and what was, what I expect them to teach him and not teach him to my grandson, it was a lot of backlash with where he heard it from, and what I don't think it came from other 4-year-olds. There was a lot of older women there, older men there, and I believe that there it was them that taught that or said that, because kids listen and they repeat everything that they hear. So when you say that for the school to teach that, or the school to, introduce certain things to them, I believe that that should be at the parents' discretion,
At
because
this
there are
time, I
certain
definitely agree with
things.
you. I agree
There are
with you.
certain things that kids should not even be introduced at 4 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He should know the difference between a gay behavior and him showing affection to his dad.
Absolutely
Mm-hmm.
Understand?
not
So
Yep.
necessary. Yeah, I agree with you.
there's definitely a thin line between, what is being taught, and what the kids are learning. Because
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure whatever the teacher was trying to teach, or trying to, to stop the kids, I'm sure they weren't trying to make him homophobic, or thinking that he would have this kind of reaction to his dad, but the opposite happened. You understand? So I'm on the fence with things like that. I think that having conversations with, like the young lady that was speaking, having conversation with people like that, and learning from them, and us teaching that to our kids and to our community, this is the only way that we're going to learn within ourselves. Because to be honest, our community really is the only community that has this kind of misunderstanding about this. You understand? There's no other race
I
that's
thought the Asians deal with this
turned.
as well.
No, the other
No,
communities
no,
do have
no.
issues with the boys. They be
But
trying
not
to stop them from being who they are.
not as much, so much where they disown their own, or they turn their backs on their own, or
They
things like
shun
that.
them.
They have kids that, in what community? I have what?
Arab, Asian, those people don't play that. They shun you and say
But
you
you know,
bringing
we
shame to
say they
your
don't
whole
play that,
family.
right? They say they
They
don't play that, but they do. They just
no.
do it
What
in
They
I'm
a
do
saying
it.
ghetto
is,
way.
in the public eye, I understand they all have it, but what I'm saying is, everybody's just not
You go to
open to love
Dubai.
their kids.
You go to Dubai, you can get you a boy, girl, everywhere you go. You go to
You go
China, they
somewhere, they
have them.
stone you for it.
You know,
Also,
but I can speak for my community. I see it most in my community, and I have traveled.
too.
I traveled a lot, and I see it a lot in our community. And I believe that if we hold on and we teach our kids, you know what to not care, to basically storm the situation and not give a fuck about what nobody think about who you are, what you are. Just
That
be who
part.
you are and be true to who you are. That's all
Yes.
that should matter.
Yes.
That's
And
I
all
people
would
that
gotta
should
love their
matter.
kids
I
for
would
who
hold
they
on,
are.
Yeah.
hold
Support
on, y'all.
their
Hold
decision.
on. I just want
Oh,
to
I'm
add
sorry.
this.
Yeah.
America is definitely just homophobic in general. Like the whites are outside. This is why they champion behind Trump overturning and overhauling all this shit. Like white people, the white community definitely take up severe issue with trans and same gender loving people, and they create the legislation that ends up
Very
harming
true.
LGBT
Mhm.
people. And but I think what makes it worse in our community, to Honey's point, is the fact that like we are a minority community, and so the way, like, if you already a part of a oppressed minority class, the reality is you can't even afford to be rejected from your tribe. Like literally, you cannot even afford rejection. I think when it happens to other communities, uh I think it just doesn't look as severe because those people still assimilate accordingly, whether they are Asian or Latino or white. They still assimilate to whiteness and they navigate that, and they kind of have a caveat, even if they have that type of discrepancy in their community. But because we are like Black and brown folk, like when our folk are rejected, when our queer folk are ejected out of their families, etc., like there's literally nowhere else to go, and you literally have you have a compounded issue of the
Black
race
and queer.
intersection, the race intersection with the queer intersection, and both of those things are equally devastating plights to be stuck in between, or rocks to be stuck in between of. But I think with every other community in this country, like they have whiteness to assimilate to almost as like a trampoline to like kind of balance out the bullshit. But yeah, when you Black and minority, baby, it's just like all of it equals severity injury for us, because we are a community who is oppressed. We have a lot of already pre-existing trauma that's not being addressed at the rate that it should be. And we literally, despite the fact that we reject the fuck out of our own, literally, we like cannot afford it. It's literally a death sentence. It's a death sentence. Spiritual death sentence,
Literally.
intellectual death sentence, an emotional death sentence. Even if it's not a physical death sentence, it's a spiritual one. It's a mental.
Yeah, and we have to take some of that blame too, because we allowed them to tell us who in our community we are to accept.
Absolutely.
I don't
Well, I
understand how you
wanna
convert the kid and stop loving them based on who they lay down with when they're of age. That's
You
what
Somebody
can't
blows.
did
understand.
that to
You
me.
can't understand ignorance. Ignorance is you bust your head trying to understand ignorance. And I'm number 6 of 13
Right.
brothers and sisters. And when I tell you, it's some of everything in all of us.
Mm.
And when you come from, where we come from, you shouldn't be able to turn your nose down on anyone, especially somebody whose blood is the same as yours. You understand? So
Mhm.
once my mom passed away, it was a situation where it was like, how dare you turn your nose down on your brother because he likes to wear wigs, or he likes to, he is who he is. Like that doesn't change the fact that that's still my little brother. That doesn't. But I stopped a long time ago trying to understand. Only thing, like the other panelists said, only thing I can do is control my narrative, control my understanding, and that's it. And try to keep the other younger ones that's behind me, try to keep them in alignment, where what's good and what's right. Other than that, though, I believe the older one, they are who they are, and you can't change their mindset, and what they think is what they think. And unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. But I definitely disagree with the schooling having. I personally, that was a wake up call for me, because I have never I had my own 2 kids, and again, like I said, I'm number 6 of 13, and I have never had the school jump in and speak anything to a child with regards to sexuality. So that was, something that let me see that this is a realm that I'm gonna have to open up when it comes to my grandkids and my nieces and my nephews before someone else gets in their head and starts to, have them believe or have them understand something before, it comes from somebody that they trust and they love. So we just gotta get ahead of the ball and try to teach and try to, educate our kids the best way that we can, because there are some people that they're going to teach hate because that's all they know. That's all they understand. And
I think people got to realize what type of setting their kids be in too. Because if you know your kid go to a hood school where most of the kids is watching whatever they want all day, you know them kids gonna tell your kids certain things. But if you go, my kid goes to a diverse school, so there ain't no minorities. It's like an even set of everything in his school. So most of the kids wind up being kids longer. I hate to say that, so I just feel like it is up to the parents. You should bring it in when you ready, but you shouldn't sexualize the kid. They should be able to be themselves and not think that any action is gay or straight because they ain't concerned about that.
Yeah, I want to bring attention to this too, because I want to take some pressure off the Black community, because I grew up just like where gay wasn't acceptable, and it wasn't like really until I got and finished like college where like I really understood like what gay was. But what I always like remember is when gay marriage became legal in the United States. You guys remember that it started with individual states legalizing it, and people would move to those states, to move to that state, get the marriage certificate, get married there. And so it's not just a Black thing, it's America in general as well had a problem with gay marriage at a legal level. And the Supreme Court just legalized gay marriage in 2015. That's 10 years ago. Like, so they federally legalized it. So individual states had to do it. So like, I would just say that to not put too much pressure on us as Black people, because we all grew up like, where being gay is a crime or a sin. But white people hate gays and homosexuality just as much, to the point where they had to vote on it. You see what I'm saying?
I say that when I say our community, because it's more hated amongst our, in my opinion and in my personal life. That's what I see. I can only speak on I'm amongst white people, and I travel a lot, but I'm of the Black community, so I see it in my own family. I see it in my own community. So that's why I said about the Black community. But I understand 100% what you're saying. But
Yeah.
we are also told that as Black people, if you a Black man, he would choose death before he chose to be outed, or before if you want to get a man to do anything, or all you have to do is say that they're going to say he's gay, or say that they have pictures or proof or something. You can get a Black man to do anything to hide that.
Yeah, no, I
I
get what
blame
you're
a lot of that
saying.
on the church.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I agree that it would be in our community. Meaning I'm Black, I'm from Trinidad, but I'm Black, I'm here in America. And I was raised in that Muslim cult, the Dr. York cult. And
Oh,
so yeah, and so I'm the oldest of like 10 kids. And I remember turning 16, and I just knew I like, at that point it was not bisexual. I was lesbian. I wanted a girlfriend. And I remember telling my mother my senior year, I was 17, that I like girls. And my mother looked me straight in my face and said to me, "That's worse than your little brother dying." And the caveat to that is that,
what?
yeah, that's what the caveat to
Whew,
that is
girl.
that literally, I had a little brother. We was in a bad car accident and he passed away. My mother was not present for that accident. I was. So for her to say that to me, and this was after this was like a week of me testing out the field. So I remember asking my Muslim stepdad at the time, you know, these questions, and I said, Abu, would you rather have your daughter marry a white man or a black woman? He, with no hesitation, said a black woman. I said, okay. So your sons, my brothers, would you rather your son marry a black man or a white woman? Without hesitation, a white woman. This is so I knew that I couldn't talk to him. I thought I could talk to my mom.
This is getting deep.
So that's our community. That's what we go through in our community. And when I talk to other gay people who came out of the closet, 9 out of 10 times their story looks a lot like mine or even more severe.
Absolutely.
But
and then guess what? To add, and to show you how deep this grooming goes in our community, mind you, I'm in a Muslim cult. I was 17. By then, after I told my mother that, I was then basically groomed into a relationship with a 24-year-old man to marry him, which is my daughter's, my first child's father. So yes, you have the religious control, you have the control of we're black, and they are our parents and whoever already dealing with the domination of the society. The last thing as I'm older now, I can see the caveat of how she felt. I'm no contact with her at this time, well, forever really, but to be honest, I could see it. I could see where they wrestle with these things, but my thing is, why don't we just talk about it? Why don't we get some education around it? And I often wonder, what do these parents think they're losing by ostracizing a child?
Feedback in your hold on a minute. I'm sorry. It's feedback in your phone, pow. But that's why I had muted you, because like when it's unmuted, it gives like a feedback in the audio. But go ahead, Oyo.
But yes, that's always my thing when I and as an educator, I had gay students. I had students who would open up to me and share certain things about their household, and I would just hold my heart for them, because without community, human beings need community. We're socially adapted. So it's how we learn, it's how we grow. Even babies, touch is important. Community is non-negotiable. So if we know this, to then tell your child because of what they're going to do in the bedroom in their own personal behavior is now an affront to the whole community and the family, is still, to me, something I cannot wrap my head around.
Exactly. And that's what I mean by, like, most of the issues when it comes to our adverse reaction is tied to being pygmalious. It's all tied into what other people would think. It's tied into what the culture would think, what the community would think. Like, if you're doing that's said to be taboo or that you shouldn't do, the backlash is about you not conforming, you choosing not to fit in, you choosing not to be normal.
That's what I was told.
I
was told, why are you choosing to be this way? And someone said in the comments, West Indian don't play. Imagine West Indian don't play. I was also born in Trinidad, whole family Trinidadian, and then they joined a Muslim cult. So I had so much control.
That's a lot.
You can tell how I am. What I expressed to you guys, I was already an alternative kid. I was the alternative black girl in my community. I was that alternative kid, and it was not celebrated. No matter how intuitive I was, no matter how helpful I was, no matter how I showed up as a good child, literally, because I was different and I couldn't hide it. It was a problem.
Yeah. Conscious, I think you attract people that's different on purpose.
I had to be the caveat for my brother, for my little brother. I had to be the caveat for him, because when my mom passed away, he, when I was trying to get him to come come to the funeral, he basically told me at the time, me and my mom knew that he was gay, from the time he was small. And it wasn't from trauma or anything like that, that the old saying, you born that way, he was just born that way. So me and my mom just knew that he was that way from small. And we never spoke about it, because again, the black community, you don't speak about it. If you don't speak about it, maybe it'll go away. So when my mom passed away and I get him, to come home, he basically told me, he said, I can't come home, because at this point now he had been in jail for maybe about 3 years, and he was full on gay now. He's one of those that our nickname, well, I can't say my nickname for him is RuPaul. I call him Ru. And I love my brother down. And he
that means he was fabulous or is fabulous.
Okay.
And is.
Okay.
And I basically told him, I said, at the end of the day, me and mommy knew what you were. And if you have nobody, you got me. You're gonna come out, you're gonna be who you are, you're gonna be the fabulous person that you are. And until this day, he is, when I tell you, he is so open. He is but prior to that, he was willing to die or to hurt somebody in so that he could stay in jail, because in his mind and his heart, he was safer in there than he was amongst his own family and his own community.
Yeah.
And that's so sad. That's so sad.
And
me
no, I
know.
still don't think Storm is gay, and I ain't never thought Storm was gay.
Hold on, y'all. A Storm, I think, trying to get in there. Somebody was trying to get in here.
Yes, I was.
Oh.
And to piggyback off of what you said when I'm not sure who said it, but when you said your father said would you rather have me marry a white man or a black woman? And he said what he said, and then you said your brother, and he said a white woman. The reason for that, which this reason is kind of messed up, but the boys are the ones that carry the full genes and the last name of the father.
Okay.
So a lot of fathers look at it like, okay, if you are like, if you decide to go down that road, that's the end of my last name or my legacy.
So I get what you're saying, but any man that thinks that is not educated in science of biology. So there's that. And then also I still call it homophobic bullshit, because you're gonna lose all that shit with me marrying a black woman. You're not gonna get kids. You're not gonna get grandbabies. And guess what? I might gotta take her last name. So it's stupid to me that any dad would even assume that position if he loves his child. But a lot of people don't have their children to love them. They have their children as an extension of what they want to be in the world.
Clock it.
Yes. Ain't that right?
Because
so as far as any dad who says that to their kid, or my father, I don't even have no contact with that nigga either. He's homophobic. He's not educated, and that was a dumbass answer. And I clocked that he was not safe space. And I've learned through going through therapy that people who are half safe are not safe, and it's just that.
Because my father disowned my brother where he found out that he was gay, but he didn't disown my sister when he found out that she was gay. So knowing that, knowing that, it was like, okay, I came up with my own my own idea from that.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, let me ask you this. How do straight people create so much gay? That's a whole lot of gay going on.
Ooh, clack it.
And I thought about that too. I thought about that too. And a lot of studs that I know, because my sister is a stud, and there I know a lot of studs as well. And just having a conversation with them, majority of the studs said that they were molested when they were younger. So it made me wonder. Okay, so since they got molested when they were younger, did that mess with them psychologically and made them say, okay, I don't like men, period?
Yes,
yeah, that's what I was speaking on earlier. Yeah, that's what I was speaking on earlier.
I want to add. Hold on. I want to add something to that, and then I'm a homebody, and then Oya. I just want to say, in terms of straight people creating gay people, two things here. The real total truth is that gay and straight exist on an extreme opposite, and they're actually probably more of a minority than we think. I think there's more of a reality to the spectrum and all the middle space and gray space. Even if it exists and it leans more direction than the other, nonetheless, I still impose the middle space. The middle space is more of the actual reality than the extreme North Pole, South Pole, homo and hetero too. I'm of the component that people's children are a byproduct of the reality of their unconscious, whatever that is. So, homophobic dad, homophobic mom could have had feelings, desires, thoughts, parts of themselves that they did not understand, or that they did not accept for cultural reasons, societal reasons, religious reasons, etc. Therefore, they gave birth to their alter egos. I think that this is why a lot of kids come out so-called different than their parents. They're not really different. The kids are just the inward version, the inverted version of their parents. So that mama be like, I don't know where she get her whole ass ways from. She got it from you, baby. You wanted to be a hoe, but you didn't, and you couldn't, and you hated and resented your parents for not being able to be that girl, not being able to get in them streets, not being able to have the same autonomy as the boys. You chose to be conservative. You chose to so-called assimilate to the status quo, and then you gave birth to Sasha fucking Fierce. Instead, you never resolved. You never resolved that resentment, baby. You never, like, your child is not really so-called different from you. They are a manifestation of your unconscious, of aspects of your unconscious stuff. And Chris Rock said it so eloquently in a stand-up comedy. He said, what you hate, you're going to procreate. Whatever you hate. So if you hate them F words, you're going to give birth to RuPaul, baby. If you hate black people, you're going to give birth to that nigga loving Karen. Like,
I'm glad I don't hate nobody.
The cycle is going to be broken, baby, by one way or another. And a lot of times that's going to be through the kids. But that's all I want to say. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah. So I think that was a great question that that person asked. And it goes back to what I was saying. Like, I shared the example of one of my gay girlfriends that I met like over the years. For her, she shared with me that her being a lesbian was due to being touched as a child and due to being married for 20 years and her husband was abusive. And then for her, she was like done with men. And then she just felt great like being a lesbian. For her, that was her journey. And so I say that to say that I don't think that just because someone is like touched by the same sex that it will motivate them to be gay, because when someone is touched in general, I think everyone copes with it differently. Some people might cope by doing drugs. Some people might cope by being workaholics or high producers. Some people might cope by being promiscuous. And then some people might cope by deciding to just be with the same sex that that touched them. And so I think it's just different. So like it's just like a very, very, very gray area. And so that's all I wanted to share. But I think like that was a great question that was asked. I think this is like a real nice conversation. Everyone's asking real great questions.
And that's the problem with associating. Like, that's why we got to get a lot clearer as a whole about orientation and affirming people, because what's happening is that because America is homophobic first and not kind of like not therapists first, but they're homophobic first, we lead from our beliefs. I mean, this is a so-called Christian nation. It's built upon philosophies, built upon imperialism, it's built upon blah 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 blah. So the issue with having a nation that's homophobic first is that what you have then is young people who are unfortunately experiencing sexual assault, and before they even can develop and really truly understand the maturity of it all, their actual orientation, it's already been hijacked by sexual abuse. And then if you end up, ironically, as a same-gender loving person who has already been abused, but you have inherited a homophobic system, then it's going to be easy to connect one dot to the other. Well, then, I must be gay because I was touched. I must be gay because I was molested. I must be lesbian, because when that would be a it would just be a conflation. And then because of the issue of homophobia, you're never able to actually, I mean, like, because you live in a homophobic system, you're not actually able to clear up the actuality of your orientation, and then it becomes easier to just lump that into it being a product of your abuse, which is why you have a lot of queer people saying, well, I'm this way because I was abused, or you find that a lot of queer people, because Dr. Umar silly goofy ass love to use this talking point, like, oh, most of the gay 90 almost 90% of the gay people that I counsel have, guess what, y'all, they've been sexually abused. Yeah, because what you are intentionally leaving out of that is, first of all, the issue of homophobia, and how a homophobic system just conveniently attaches SA as a context for the development of same gender loving feelings. But for two, you also are forfeiting that most disenfranchised individuals actually are more susceptible to SA than any other person, which is why the elderly make up the majority of S8 folk. Women make up the majority of S8 folk. And guess who else? Children make up the majority of S8 folk. The most vulnerable classes in our community are going to be preyed upon by predators.
Yep.
So, we have a lot of work to do around the way we properly frame shit so that it doesn't create more bullshit in its place. But this is why people believe that SA then can create orientation. No, it's just that most psychologists are actually agreeing. No, it's just that you were SA and you happen to be same gender loving, not the other way around.
Correct.
And I'm about to say something, and everyone is about to jump on me, and I know it. And Storm, you still there, Storm?
Say it.
Yep, I'm here.
Yep.
You have good points.
You have my back, but behind this, I'm gonna need you on this one. Truth be told, I didn't want my junior to be gay, and that was only because I wanted my name to live on, because my name is so unique. My real name is Lank. So it's so unique. I want that to get passed down. So, and it wasn't because I didn't want him to be with another man or whatever the case. It was more of a selfish part on me, as far as my name being continued and passed down generation to generation.
I love that you said that. I love that you said that, because what you're saying actually happens. My best friend, my best gay friend in college, he was the only son, and his father, they grew up Christian, and his father treated him differently because he was gay. He said the same thing as like what you're saying. He said he felt like the tension between him and his dad is because he can't have his namesake. And so that goes back to what some of us in the chat were saying earlier, when some of us ladies were like, I offered to have a baby, give my gay best friend a baby. So that's one of the friends I said, like, I'll give you a baby. You can give the baby the last name. Like, I'll donate, my egg. And so, but what you're saying, you said people were going to jump on you. No, that's real. That's a real thing you're saying that's happening. And I appreciate you as a father for being able to even come out of your mouth and saying, I felt this way because I was worried about my namesake and if my legacy was going to live on. You're so brave, and I feel like you're teaching other grown men and other fathers to look at things a little bit differently. I'd be we're all on mute, but I'd be rooting for you every time you talk, because you bring up some really good points, and I'm not just saying that just to say that.
And this is what I was getting a lot of men to consider.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying because I don't get it.
I just want to add this. Like what a lot of men have to consider, because it seems like the homosexual thing it's just convenient, and it doesn't entail all the other things, right? Like even if you are, as a father, concerned about your son being able to carry on your name, it's already, we already know that being gay does not keep anybody from not being able to procreate. We can have our own kids. We do still have reproductive systems, and thankfully living in the 21st century, we can carry on a lineage. Matter of fact, technology is so evolved that you can damn near customize your child like a chia pet.
Yeah, no, you're heard.
You want them to have you want to have blue eyes, you want to be 6'11", you want to have twins, like
designer babies.
Yeah, a designer baby. And then for two, the reason why I say I think it's somewhat convenient and it's still rooted in homophobia is because it's without the nuance of all the other things that can happen to disrupt your lineage. Your child could die before they even procreate. Your son can pass away. And I mean, so it's like there's all these other things. He could come down with an illness. He could be
they could grow up to change their name like me, and then your name.
I'm not even changing your name. What's the other thing that I'm looking for? Sterile, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could have fertility issues. Like there's a lot of other things aside from like, oh, I shouldn't accept my son because he can't bear kids, because if he was to come down with an illness, or he would to be sterile, or he would be unalive, what is going to be my go-to? What is going to be the alternative? Because a lot of things can contribute to him not.
I didn't even think about that, CTV. Yeah, what
That's what I
happens
was
is
saying. That's what I was saying. I didn't understand where he was coming from, because him being gay does not mean that he can't procreate, he can't have kids. There are other ways that he can, and that's what the fact that we don't look outside of the box. We just automatically go with what we believe gay is, and that just because you're gay does add what what's her name, the brat and this woman just had a baby, and neither one of them without a man, so at the end of the day, we just have to educate ourselves at different ways and of accepting our loved ones, and not close them in a box where they have no other choice but to put themselves out there where they are vulnerable enough to be preyed upon, for people to accept them, or pretend to accept them, or pretend to love them, because they believe that that's all they have. A lot of our family members are put in situations like that because of the fact that they have to go to other people looking for that love and that affection and that attention and that acceptance, because the door has been closed with their community and their family. So they're left out there vulnerable to be taken advantage of by so many different people, because there are people that's out there that sit and prey upon the people that are in those situations.
A homeless, a rejected LGBT person is like 3 times more likely to be SA'd as a result of having to survive on the streets, having to find shelter. This is, like it only amplifies an issue. I also want to say that I think that what's going to be a big cure to a lot of the stuff is like we have to be intentional about humanizing everybody. Like our kids are not chia pets. They are not for us to live vicariously through. They're not here to perform for the world per se. They are souls that have also come for the creative experience. They've come for the co-creative experience. They've come for the unfolding of it all.
Speak my language, baby.
And they are not objects. They are humans. They are God incarnate. They are liquid love walking the earth, and they've come to be Alice in this very interesting wonderland. Everything else is a man-made projection on to them instead of us prioritizing their actual humanity and affirming their humanness. And I think that we can disrupt and start to shift even some things that may be cultural practices by taking a look at what the fuck we're actually doing and how really, in fact, we're choosing stuff and labels and obligations and mandates over people's actual fucking humanity. Like,
talk to me, King.
And it's very dehumanizing.
You feel me, Mama?
Can
Like,
I,
yes.
Conscious,
Right.
Conscious, can I tell you, what, like, what I thought being gay was when I was pregnant with my first son? Because, of course, when you become a parent, you do have, I'm not going to act like I didn't have the thoughts. And not for nothing, it wasn't my first thought. The first thing I cried when they said it was a boy. I wanted a girl. And I cried because I was genuinely scared. I was scared the police might kill my son. Other black men might kill my son. And those were the first two things. Now, once the gay hit crossed my mind way later, but it did. And I really felt like, to me at that time, I was 17 when I was pregnant with my first son. And being gay meant, okay, well, I'm going to have to fight with my goddamn son. Because all the gay people I knew had to fight every day. So that's kind of just how I chucked it up. Because I know you can't control that, because the people I know, they were born like that. Like you said, you could see a lot of people from the young. And my son's best cousin was born like that. And people talk mess about black mothers and say they encourage it, but you should. You should. But yeah, I knew they have to fight. And I felt like I'm going to be fighting more. Like, I came up fighting anyway, but it's like, shit, my son be gay, I know I'm be fighting a whole lot more.
And this is why I always say we need to change all this shit now. Like, we have an opportunity to change it now, because we won't have to avoid having kids because we are afraid of the oppressors that we know exist in the world for them. We need to continue to change the world, aid and abet in the changing of the world, because the reality is we don't know what's coming down our wound. I always, when my brother first told me that my niece was coming because his girl was pregnant, I said, have you thought about, are you ready to accept whoever this is that is coming? Like, this person could be trans, person could be autistic, person could be handicapped, person could be special needs, person could be same gender loving. Like, have you erased all of your ideas? Have you erased all of your expectations?
Ooh,
And
that's a good question. I like that.
This is a question I literally and to me it's common sense, because I could not like, I don't understand how people have all these issues with who people are without realizing that when you decide to embark upon co-creating, that that's starting in the non-physical first. Like, this person's personality has already been shaped. Their humanity has already been shaped. They're just being downloaded from the non-physical into the physical, and we're just the surrogates. We're just the gatekeepers that are bringing the non-physical into the material, but we're not creating it. We're just a passageway for this thing to get from destination A in the multiverse to destination B in the multiverse. So with that being said, like, to me, it's common sense when I think about, like, when I have kids, I have to really not be so privileged and ignorant to take that at face value and to realize, wait, like, to have a kid literally is to, like, be ready to have a mystery in my life, be ready to accommodate a mystery, because I have no idea who the fuck this is. I don't know who's cooking in this oven right now. I don't know
what you're
who this
saying
motherfucker is and what they want to do in this world. And am I ready to just be present for that? Am I ready to go down this journey with them? Which is why I appreciate Dwayne and his wife Gabrielle, because I thought it was so powerfully empowering, that a power their empowerment was their humility. The humility to say, to understood the assignment, that I don't know what the fuck this is, and this is a journey of unfolding.
Right.
And it actually makes no logical sense to buck up against what we don't even understand, for one. And because we love our child, and we are humbly going to make space for them, not just make this about us being dictators and controlling and trying to steer intention out of fear, out of culture, out of societal pressure. And when I saw them actively, like when Dwayne said, we chose as parents to go on this journey with her, I said, wow, because my parents would have motherfucking never. Like,
Ooh.
wow. I couldn't even imagine hearing that and actually watching my own parents be so humble to admit, I don't know what this is, and then to have the audacity to not be led by fear, but by curiosity and by love instead. And
that's it.
We are, and when we are talking about having kids, what we have to do is make sure that we have removed our ideals and our expectations, because what's truly happening is something that the universe sent, something that higher forces and higher powers have sent into the world. And the more that we try to intrude upon that, this is where we get the calamity at. This is where we get the disruption at in the parenting child experience and the cultural experience and the way the world eventually becomes. And then you get all these traumatized young people who grow up to be fucked up as adults that you got to be divorcing, that you have to be put in protective orders against, that you got to be put in restraining orders against, that you got to be in fucked up co-parenting situations with, etc. If we want a world of healed people, like, we got to start back at prioritizing people's humanity, and we have to realize that having kids are not about us. Like, we're having God's kids. We're not having our kids.
And we have to also
Say that.
understand. We have to also understand. Don't you love when he talk like that? It just puts chills up the
That's why
spine.
I be over
I
here.
Yes,
That's
love
he
why
put
I
that.
the
be
words
over here.
together.
And,
Oh, I'm over
conscious,
here. Not.
and conscious. I got to roll, so I want to say good night to everybody.
Oh,
Good night.
Storm, before you leave,
Good
I
night,
just want to
Storm.
tell you, you are the modern day Michael Jackson. He died without anybody really knowing what he was. We assumed what he was, but nobody ever knew. He never said what he was. So see yourself as a modern day Michael Jackson.
Period.
Yes, the mystery is better,
And I
Storm.
ain't never seen you as
And
gay.
that's my
To me, you
cousin.
ain't never been gay. And I just want to go ahead and keep saying that because I don't get the gay thing. But so I'm just gonna stand with I ain't never seen him as gay. He not gay. He said he wasn't gay, so I'm gonna go with that.
Hello.
Okay, fair enough. Good night,
But
y'all.
Good night,
Good
Storm.
night,
Thank you.
Storm.
I gotta
but
get
conscious.
out of here too, everybody. So I'm
Yeah.
going to give everybody the opportunity to give their final thoughts.
Oh
Okay.
well, I had a
What
good time. I'm.
what I was gonna say was like from the kids, even when you start, oh, like with especially little boys, and I can only speak on little boys because I have two little boys. Even something as simple as allowing them to wear what they want to wear. If they want to wear pink, who says that pink is for girls? If they want to, play with a doll, who says that playing with a doll is only for girls? You understand? My kids always I let them have a doll. That's why a lot of men don't know how to change diapers or nurture a baby because they was always told that dolls are for girls. Or they don't know how to cook or know their way around the kitchen because the kitchen sets was only for the little girls. We got to stop putting uh, uh, our young men as babies in boxes and telling them what society is had make us believe is certain sexes.
No, I
Pink
feel
is
what
for
you're saying
girls,
because
boys, blue is
that
for,
brings
it's
something to
not that way.
mind. Not to cut you off, that brings something to mind what you're saying because I remember growing up during Christmas, like my parents always used to get me those little like perfumes. Remember when you were a little girl and they had the little perfume pack with the different fruity smells or whatever have you. My brothers always, like, every time they were getting ready for school or going out, they used to like to use my like perfume packs, and I used to like to wear like their baggy shirts. And so like my dad saw them like come into my room, like asking, like, you know, they would be dressed to go to school, like have their clothes on. They would put their cologne on and be like, hey, can I use like some of your spray? And one time I asked them why. They're like, because like girls like it. You know what I mean? And so like they were spraying it. And so my dad like saw it and he was like, do you guys want me to buy you one? He's like, stop taking your sister's shit. You know what I mean? So he didn't like take it seriously. And when he saw me like wearing my brother's like baggy shirts, t-shirts, I grew up in that era where baggy t-shirts are thing, 90s babies, okay? But my mom didn't buy me the baggy t-shirts. So I would take my brothers and they didn't care. And my dad saw me with it. He didn't think I was like gay or lesbian or say, you know, that's for your brother. He was like, did your brother know you're wearing your shirt? And my brother would be like, yeah, I let her wear it. And my dad's like, okay. And he went on about his business. So back, you know, I appreciate what you were saying, because like you can't say this is that and that is this. Like parents, like just let your kids like be human, be kids, you know.
And I want to add that, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop folk off who have already spoken, y'all, because I definitely got to get up out of here. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop
good
down. I
night,
love
babe.
y'all. Thank you
Thank
so much,
you.
CTV, for this conversation. I will speak with you all later in the next deep dive into what it
Yes.
means to be human.
All right,
Good
babe.
night as well. I'm tired, but I had a good time. Have a good night.
This was amazing, y'all. Thank y'all so much. This was a riveting. Have you been here 4.5? Well, almost 4.5 hours. But I did want to say to the point that Honey made about the girls playing with Tonka trucks, boys playing with Barbie dolls. Y'all know that I am all for androgynous energy. I think that this is literally the balance of humanity. I think that Oya said it best in the chat. Like, the reality is like we really don't even know what we're talking about when we're talking about masculinity and femininity. And ultimately what we do know is that we're talking about something that all people have. We go out of our way as a society to categorize that shit and to put people in boxes accordingly based upon sex and gender. But ultimately, like somebody else said, you know, we are products of divine feminine and divine masculine energies, which we get from literally male and female. We have androgynous bodies. Men also have estrogen. Women have testosterone. We all require the sexes to come together to create children. So whether they are male or female, they exist and have been created in feminine and masculine forces and energies. With that being said, I don't understand how what we haven't done in a attempt to be emotionally intelligent is see all of the issues that the sexes are having, that male and females are having in this country, especially as Black people. Like, there's a lot of contention, there's a lot going on. And you would think by now that we would be like, you know what? Maybe one of the things that have gone wrong and what has contributed largely to high divorce rates and an epidemic of singleness and all this shit that's plaguing the Black community is the fact that we've done too much compartmentalization. Like, gender socialization to me needs to be something that like is seriously studied in the context of the interpersonal development between male and female relations, because it makes perfect sense to me that men and women are not going to get along and be able to sustain and it truly be mutually beneficial and empowering and involved and evolving for both sexes if you continue to socialize both sexes completely opposite of each other. Because where is the middle ground? Where is the space for those forces, as the scriptures say, to become one? Because they're supposed to unite. Like, masculine and feminine are supposed to come together and complete each other, not oppose each other. So if you are socializing the fuck out of boys to the left, like, okay, men, y'all men, women, y'all women. And because men don't get baby dolls, they don't get the easy bake ovens, then you wonder why you stuck as a woman in a society that thinks that that's all you good for, or that puts a deficit in your man who can't even do for himself. He don't know how to cook. He don't know how to properly clean. He don't know how to take care of the baby to the extent He don't have those domestic characteristics. He don't have those nurturing characteristics. You wonder why your man don't know how to hear you when you cry, or you don't know how to relate to your man when he in his testosterone shit. And it's because we don't create enough shared space between women and men to truly swap out these roles, to grow up interchanging these roles. We're not intentional about making sure that bodies that have more testosterone are balanced and have the ability to be nurturing and to cultivate that nurture, because we know that they're going to be naturally without that quality due to their sex. Or the same for women. You know, I always say that if you get an overactive female who's like very sensitive and emotional, she needs to be around a lot of testosterone. She needs to be around her brothers. She needs to, you know, deal with males, because they can help to balance out those sensitivities. Like if you get an overstimulated male who's too rough, he's too aggressive, too destructive, he needs to be around his fair share of women to teach him how to soften up that testosterone, to help him balance that testosterone. He needs the development of his feminine to referee his masculinity, and females need the development of their masculinity to referee their femininity. Like, you need both the masculine and the feminine. They counsel each other. They speak to one another. They build upon each other. And you are out of sync and out of balance when you don't have that in yourself, and when you are not in relationship to other people who are well balanced in their energies. Like, we need all of that. So, great discussion. We'll continue to unpack, you guys. Make sure you guys follow Storm on YouTube. This was really amazing. If you enjoyed yourself, definitely throw some love on the Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/Consciouztv. Shout out to all the new subbies. Thumbs up, share, tell a friend of a friend of a friend. I told you guys, we do it all here, baby. We do it all here. Storm got the answers he needed. Shout out to my donators, Opinionated. Shout out to Leroy for his Trump restitution. Shout out to let me see, my boo Mata. And I love you guys so much. And I will see you all. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.